alive.
I'm going to knock that down.
You're alive.
Oh my god.
You are alive. And I can hear myself talking to you on the thing.
Okay. Right, so
That's what you
have
want to
we
do.
got 2 viewers?
I
We've got
mean,
4
are you
viewers.
just doing an opening?
Yeah.
Then
Well,
you can just hold it
yeah.
up to the camera.
Right. Yes, dogs, cats, everybody. This is very rough, and hello, those who have joined us so far. Oh, there's one on the side. My Pepsi Max and a bottle of drink in the fridge. Thank you. Right, hello everyone. Very impromptu, rough stream today because this is my very first stream. So apologies for everything that's bound to go wrong in this, because yeah, it's going to happen. Now, as some of you have already received today, you've got your Titanicus.
I have your drinks.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you require?
No, thank you.
I'll leave it to you.
Cheers. Thank you. And the cat goes as well. And yeah, so this is just try and get in and find out myself as well, because I can't see anything coming up on the channel at all. Oh, hello there, Bill. I'm just going to have to, as I said, this is my first ever attempt at doing anything like this, because I normally just join in on Artist Empire stream, and I've been meaning to actually get on to actually doing something with the hobby, because it's what I do half the time, and it's always good to share experiences so we can actually learn what the hell to do with these wonderful kits that come from Games Workshop. And my god, so if you haven't seen it already, you have 4 majorly big sprues, which is weapons components for the arm plasma structures. Top section, side section armor plates, as you can see on there. So, oh, no, you probably, that is rather awesome. So you've got the Imperial Eagle with a shield holding on that, which I was not aware of, because I've only really seen, I haven't really seen much side detail. I don't know if you guys have. Then you've got the chunky legs sections and the toes. Now, I know this kit has got something like 270 parts to it, so it's the biggest one yet, and most of them seem to be toes. So, yeah, double thighs, hips. So very similar look to like the Warlord's legs, the way the construction is going to go on them, from what I can tell from here. Yeah, the hip section, or the groin section, same sort of setup there. Luckily, where you have the hip connectors to the groin section, they're no longer apparently independent parts, so they're, just see, there gets my t-shirt. So that's one side, so you just double up on that. So that makes it a lot easier, because I kept on sticking those little bits on the Warlords. I kept on double sticking them, because I'd always put them in the wrong position, which is never a good thing to be doing. And finally, yeah, so the, looks like, oh my god. along the top there is all the turret sections for the roof guns, the AA mounts. But yeah, it is just basically a warlord on steroids overall, but with more parts. I did see on one of the hobby groups, AT18, earlier on today, Christopher Drew, who is the maniac behind making most of these kits for us to enjoy, was commenting about on the posability of the actual Warmaster. And what he was saying is obviously there's lots of little nubs similar to what you've had with other Titans, where if you cut the nubs off, it allows that maneuverability. So today I will be experimenting with the actual construction side of things, seeing how that goes. And new decal sheet. Obviously the white's not going to show through. Have actually got a new camera, but we needed to download the programs for it, and just not enough time in the day to actually do that, because, as I said, I forgot what the time was and rushed out here to get started. So the new symbols, which are crossed Maces or Morning Stars, cross Maces basically, and yeah, we've got quite a nice selection there so far. So general last bit really, all the little weapons cards there. So your turbo lasers, mega bolters, apocalypse missile array, the Suzerain class plasma destructor. You've also got cards for the auxiliary reactor systems in here as well. So the plasmatic locomotives and the infusive supercoolants, which you've got to choose one of them. Melter cannons, inferno guns. So basically, as you know, the weapons on in the shoulder sections are basically Warhound class weapons. So it's like a reverse Warbringer in some respects, where it's got obviously Warlord on top and then Reaver on the arms. That's impressive. I do like that. Nothing on the back apart from the symbol, which is always cool to see. This could easily be a like A4 magnetic sheet onto the back if we're going to be magnetizing, which I think a lot of people have already said about doing with these. But yeah, it's a big command terminal for a big bloody Titan. So yeah, that's we can't wait to actually get playing with these. This is going to be absolutely mental. The most important thing, instructions, because I have not built one, so that's why we're all here today, to see, one, how well it builds. If there's any problems that I have going through, I will scream and hollow and let you all know. Thank you, Matthew. Looking good yourself. That just threw me off now. So anyway, important, glue. Clippers, knife, and we get to start off like with the Warlord groin section. Now, I know I've already been asked earlier on today if I'd managed to build all 8 Warmasters. I was never getting 8 Warmasters because it's just not feasible for me, because one, Legio Audax don't have any Warmasters, so that was pretty pointless exercise. With the other Legios, I am obviously, this one's going to be for my Legio Solaria. Reason why I'm doing the Solaria Warmaster first is so that I can get it painted first, and then obviously get that picture I took last year of the evolution of Titans, going from Imperial Knights up to Casters, Warhound, Reaver, and I also included the Side Titan because technically speaking, the latest innovation, and then from there it will jump up to the Warmaster. That's the plan anyway, and I'm sure that it will all come to fruition like all my plans when it comes to Titans. It just falls into place and makes it all nice and squishy. Yeah. I don't know. I think, Bill, that possibly, yeah. We'll check as we go on, as we assemble. Also, posing is going to make a big difference to the height of the Titan, because if you go with the sort of default stance, I'm sure that it will obviously be that sort of size. But where you've probably seen where I've done some other sort of alternate poses for my other Titans, it sort of comes together on the fly as I do it, because as I'm working with the plastic, I'm seeing the possibilities just unfurl before me, and I'll just take inspiration from that. I've got my basing kit with me, so hopefully miss that bit. Hopefully I'll be able to get that taken care of as well, and put that on a thematically awesome base. So yeah, so like with anything, always double check, because there's always little hidey bits around the back. There was two just on the one here and one on the back, just on the inside, which I completely overlooked. So has you guys in the chat, have you managed to get any of your stuff through today? I actually ordered from two suppliers. Went from Games Workshop because I had all my vouchers for Christmas, which I've been holding back on, waiting for something awesome like this to drop. And I also got a few bits from Darksphere, mainly on the hope that if there was any delays getting in, one of them might have got in today. But I was quite lucky that both of them turned up today. So I haven't even had a look at anything. Time I've got in from work, I literally got showered, got dressed, had something to eat, and then straight out here to get on with this, because I've been waiting for this so long. And I do like to make sure I clean as I go, because there's nothing worse than seeing something when you've already built it. So groin section taken care of. Apart from it's got a gun. How exciting! It's got a gun on its bum. I thought I was speaking to somebody earlier on, and they sort of mentioned about a gun bum. Gun bum, or bum gun, sorry. And I didn't really pay much attention because I thought they were just being stupid. But I apologise for that, Zach. I've now discovered it has got a mauler in the ass, which, if you're a guardsman, is never a way to really go. How was he killed? He was shot by bolter, sir, from a Titan's butt. Yeah, it's not a talking point you really want to. Well, you're dead, so it wouldn't matter, would it? So being remembered for that would never be as fun. Right, so now we go straight on to those leg pieces I was telling you about. So we got a 6. So we got that there. So these were now seem to have those little strutty bits like the Warlord has on its thighs, which are here you go, now incorporated into the actual part. So that is very handy. A7, which is up here. So this is now wholly different to that, because I thought those two bits went together. Unless that's a little... Oh, it does. Right, so it's a 3-piece tier. A6 and an A9, which are conveniently parked next door. That's good. So you shouldn't be getting any issues with sticking the wrong parts together. They've kept them tidily together in place. Right, we got. What's the next Titan GW will release? Always an interesting question, because we do love Titans, and once something new drops, we immediately focus on what's coming down the line. Right, I've seen from, again, because I was working today, I was checking in on Facebook every now and again once I had the opportunity. There was somebody mentioning there was from the Legio's book that there was a Jackal Titan. I know, obviously, from reading Titan Death, because they mentioned in there the Rapier light scout Titan. But this Jackal was also sort of, by what it was saying on this little screen cap from the book, was that was also sort of, it seemed to be a light Titan as well. So I would assume that might be what we will be expecting at some point. Now, it's been quite a major release to get. Obviously, you got the books, you got the maniple, the preceptor or precept maniple. 5 Titans in a box, and for the cost as well, it is just, as I like to say on Artist Empire stream, it is just pure value. That is awesome value for money. To get something like that, it's just absolutely fantastic. 5 Titans, you've got the full manifold, whereas the old kit was only 4, so you had to get yourself another Reaver Titan. And I'm not complaining about that, you had to get 4, but it was totally worth it. All those Titans are just so good. Right, now I think I'm missing a part, which is that there, which is part number 8. So this goes in between the thighs. Yeah. So that would actually go in right. Yeah. So I've made my first rick of the evening, which, let's just split that open a bit. So this has to be done first. So I'll do that properly with the next one. But yeah, so where this, so like that. Right, yeah. So in the construction, what I hadn't done was the 8 A8 piece, plonk it in, and then you do that, because I just went straight to putting that together. So lesson learned. A valuable lesson, I find, because I won't forget that again. Because if I hadn't noticed that, that would have been very embarrassing and annoying. So get that in place. So you got the box, got delayed, so be yeah, no, that does suck, especially like seeing everyone else posting up pictures. You can't begrudge them. We would probably be in the same situation, because you're just happy to get your nice shiny plastic kits and all that awesome. So yeah, So that's actually a pretty nifty little piece there. And that's piece alone is so that goes into the inner thigh. So obviously you'll have the main leg here, or the main thigh, and this is like the hip connector to there. That's about the length of a warlord's thigh, to give you, an idea of how big this actually is going to be. Now, I'll say, I know you've seen lots of little pictures everywhere, so I'm going to whiz through getting the second part of that done, whilst trying not to forget to put that A8 piece in place. I am so chuffed at getting a new Titans, new book as well. As some of you know, I am a Legio Ignatum player. They were my first Legio that I chose to follow, and having a Warmaster for them is going to be amazing, because I've seen that artwork that they had for one of the Warmaster that they've got in the Legio's book of a Ignatum one. I'm still trying to figure out how to actually go about doing like the patterning it's got, because it does have some rather interesting looks to it. That's it. And so much that it's got all these honey hexagons everywhere. Obviously, you've got the zigzags on the shoulders as well, which, I've done zigzags on one of my warlords, which I use the decals you get from the Legio Ignatum sheet. But one sheet will just about do a warlord shoulder pads. So if you're going to continue using zigzags, you're going to need vast amounts of decals of the fire wasps. So I'll probably do it on this one, because it's a one-off piece, because I know that you can only field one in a manifold, a support role. So like with the Acastus Knight, where you can only have one like banner of Acastus per lance, it's going to be one Warmaster per maniple. So unless you're engaging in a monumentally massive battle, that's going to be just a one model, which, to be fair, it's going to be a feature model for any table, because these things are going to absolutely destroy anything in front of it. If you get a lucky dice roll, or an unlucky dice roll, and roll lots of ones, and you get your plasma creeping up, that's going to be an interesting afternoon at the office. Unless you're probably Legio Crucius, because I know they have one of their traits is the ability to sort of like get rid of reactor a lot easier than the rest of us schmoes. But yeah, that suzerain plasma destructor is just going to be so nice. Just saying it, it's the same as the Sun Fury Plasma Annihilator. I feel that you have to say the name in full each time, because you've got to give it its due, because that thing's going to absolutely destroy everything on the floor, on the field in front of it. Bill, back to work for me. Thanks for the stream. No worries, Bill. Thanks for dropping in. Much appreciated. Hopefully catch up again elsewhere on many social medias that we are all members of. Right, now we're getting on to the fire sections, which are pretty chunky. Now, I'm actually wondering, with sorting out the stances on these. How that's right. Let's get the files made first, and then we can worry about that. So A11. So get that. Get that. Get that. I've actually got the Legio's book down by my feet, still in its wrapping, because, as I said, just literally like running home from school to get back after I got the emails to say that everything had been delivered. So the excitement levels were very high, and I had to get back, but time I got back, I didn't have much time to get myself sorted out, washed, showered, everything, something to eat, and then start setting up to get online, because, as I said, never done it before. Obviously, I sort of a guest on Artist Empire's stream from time to time, which is a hell of a lot of fun. But so that's going to go into there by the looks of things. So you can't fault these kits, because they do give you everything you need to actually get these done properly. With detailed instructions. And I'm just double checking that I don't have to stick anything else into these like I did with the little inner thigh connectors. So it's all good just to stick together. Voila. Let's get the second one done. So when I'm building Titans and looking at doing their bases, etc., first thing I do is build the legs, because that's the thing that's going to be standing on the base. Once I've got them, well, mostly together, not all painted, or not painted, not all glued as one unit, because I'd like to sort of put part down and just manipulate how it's going to stand, because you need that ability to do that. The feet don't look too bad, actually, looking at this. Sorry, just a quick drink. Matthew, do you ever play your Titans in an Epic Games, as Epic UK have rules for most of them? No, purely Titanicus. Although some of you might know, obviously, with the Titan Owners Club, I've done large scale Titanicus. So long ago, 2019 was the last walk we done. And with the big boys, getting them out, just using the Titanicus rules and upscaling them, basically timing the measurements, times it by 4, to get obviously appropriate scales. And the boys actually did us proud, because they actually made templates of the templates out of like foam sheeting. So you had like, flamer template, you had large blast and blast. So that was really cool. It was just quite surreal being amongst so many Titans, because there was about 20 of us there, all our Titans out, and it was such a great day. But then playing Titanicus, I haven't played a game of Titanicus since I think July last year. Thinking about it, it's during the lockdown period. I managed to, when we were allowed to go into people's gardens, my friend Phil invited us down for some garden hammer, and we played. It was Fire Wasp versus Kratos, and because Phil still needed to get some game experience under his belt, and I just wanted to play a game. and I tried out the Psi Titan, that's 700 points beast, but I was left feeling quite underwhelmed by the Psi Titan because it didn't perform how I hoped and imagined. Problem is that I weren't using the proper rules for it, so that doesn't help because oh, hi Mousebait, and Warhammer Rob. Oh mate, oh, lovely to hear your well, I can't hear your voice, seeing your words is good enough. But yeah, it was I didn't realize, stupidly, you know, the amount of Titan games I'd played before that. Its main weapon's the Titanicus, whatever it is. It's a beam weapon, so you don't have to roll to hit. I was rolling to hit. I didn't realise it bypasses shields. I was allowing my opponent to roll for shields, and yeah, so I was like, "Oh, this gun's rubbish. This is like, oh, this was meant to be like a super duper killy weapon of doom, powered by psychers, but no." Yeah, read the rules. Best bit of advice when playing games, really, because that was a complete fudge up on my part. But now I know, I thought, right, okay. And being able to choose locations as well, a lot easier, is even nastier. So it is a nasty weapon if you use the correct rules for it. So learn from my mistakes, people. It was just one of those things that, yeah, not proud, but I've got broad shoulders. I can admit my mistakes, and that was one of them. And hopefully soon we'll be able to maybe meet up again with some friends and do some more sort of garden hammer. The weather seems to be, well, changeable to say the least, but might be able to actually get a game soon. Although the game I played against Phil, it was quite warm, and I actually did suffer sort of heat exhaustion because I was where I was standing. He had a little marquee set up, which was really nice, but where I was standing mostly, I was outside of the marquee and direct sunlight, and I got a little bit of redness, and when I got back, I just crashed out. It was just. I could honestly, I just about 2 or 3 hours, it just absolutely zonked me. But he was a good host. I got a ham sandwich and some cups of tea out of it, and the Fire Wasps were victorious eventually. The Psi Titan died, got absolutely hammered by Hammer of Tyrants. Funny enough, just absolutely mullered. Because again, I weren't really playing it properly, and I cocked up. But not to take away from Phil's epic maneuverability, because he did outfox me a couple of times with his movement, and got himself out of trouble and into optimal positioning. Which, if you play the game, some of you will know, is what the game is all about. It's not just having the best rules. It's being able to put yourself in advantageous positioning. And once you've mastered that, it makes the game a whole lot easier to play. And you're looking at the battlefield in a whole different way. So, as I said, although the rules that you get are very characterful in most cases, it adds that little extra dimension. I always just go with my moving and my dice, basically. Having faith and abilities in that, because they'll get you into trouble as much as out of trouble equally. But as long as you sort of can see where you want to move to, plan ahead, because this is why it is that extra little level of like strategy that you get in this, as well as the engine management, because you don't want to be running around in a a behemoth of death and destruction, and your reactor is off the chart, because that's going to really ruin your day very, very quickly, as my friend Matt Wingrove knows all too well, as he took out several titans around him as he exploded in the repair phase. But yeah, it's the whole thing about this game. You can die in so many wonderful ways. So obviously doing that like that, right? Yeah. That's there. So yeah, so you can probably so on here you got the little hole, so it's a shape like the little bit that is on here. So obviously that's going to lock that into one position. So if by cutting that off, that's going to allow the maneuverability in the legs. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'll get these clippers on that. So at least that way I can get some forward motion with the stance. So I do tend to like to have Titans standing on either buildings or other Titans, because especially other Titans, because it looks absolutely badass. Just having them there. Now, again, like with the Warlord, the biggest thing that most people do is put the legs on backwards, or the shins on backwards at least. So getting the appropriate leg. That's not the appropriate leg, that's the appropriate leg. Right, so yeah, so it's fairly straightforward knowing which way to put these things on. So let's clip that in. So obviously it's still a little bit stiff from the connection, but that, just tidy that up, will help with your ability to position. Obviously you've got, again, on the bottom bit, the little nubbing for the feet. So if I just get these two bits, now I'm not putting the inner thigh bits on at the moment, so in case anyone was wondering. See you later, Matthew. Thank you for joining. Mouse bait, great, literally the worst part of my gaming ability, moving correctly. Yeah, that's the thing with tabletop gaming, like certain, like in 40k, sometimes movement doesn't have that much of an impact because you're banking on your powers of your units to order to that win the day sort of thing. Whereas in Titanicus, I found that, I suppose in certain instance, if you've ever played like X-Wing, for example, where you have to move, or even Star Trek Attack Wing, position is the main focus that you need to get in a good position, get into a target, into your arcs, and keep out of their arcs. But having with any sort of game, as I said, is having that ability to sort of look at the table and just try and see. Say I'm still learning it, but trying to sort of, you can't really rely on predicting where your enemy's going, because they'll always be doing what you least expect, or trying to anyway. Unless you can able to maneuver them into such a position that they've got no way out, and then it's easy in plain sailing. But being able to get yourself into those sort of kill zones, that's all we've got to try and to hone as a instinct, a skill. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, it is. Well, yeah, Titan chess. Yeah, you'll start having people turning up to Titanicus events going. I'm going with the Spanish opening. This is the Titan Gambit. Just going at it like that. Right, I'll get this other leg done, and I'm going to start with the feet because they're all pretty independent, and looks like you can just hook them on. Yeah, you can actually just hook them onto the actual main foot section. So that's going to be very helpful for positioning the toes when it comes to doing the base, because obviously you can get those sort of like feet up, toes down, foot up positions a lot easier, because obviously with all the others you've got to cut and re-glue the parts into the correct area to make it look like it's sort of tipping forward. So like with a warhound, when you got sort of that sort of approach, but these ones are going to be actually quite fun to actually play with. Right, so how's that? Cut those bits off, because it's all about being able to maneuver this little bugger. So there's that. So, and yes, that's it. With these legs, so much can be done with them to give you that sort of sense of dynamic motion, because it's always great to have like a stance play out where stances can make your Titan almost like it's telling a story. So like you can look at the positioning of how one Titan is sort of facing, and you just get the feel that it might actually have been like reacting, being punched squarely in the face, or being shot, or stalking, hunting the enemy, as you would do in Titans, stomping around the fields and blowing the crap out of everything. Right, so these feet sections. So as you can see, that's one part of the foot. I'll just hold it up with a t-shirt so you can actually see through. And they've looks like little handles. So that's what the actual toe sections will actually sit onto, to allow you to sort of pose them. And there's a piece. So there, that's your base of your foot. So that's got to go on the inside of the shell. It goes in first, so that's fine. So the toes don't have to be in position for that to be locking in anything. So that's always good. Did I get that? I don't think I did. There we go. Yeah. Did you just get yourself the one mouse bait, or did you get the precept kit as well? I'm assuming you did. So because you're doing you're sort of your own Legio, aren't you? You're doing a custom one with your freehand work on that Reaver you done earlier, freehand, didn't you? I caught a glimpse of that earlier on. Yeah, so there's a little bit more to scratch off here. Yeah, the kit and Warmaster. Yeah, I said that. Yeah, that's. So that's. All right. So yeah, but there's because there's quite a few places you can actually get your decals designs made up. I think like Fallout, one of the main ones. So the Mighty Brush as well. I think he might do them. I know he obviously does quite a lot of decals anyway, but just finding somebody who can get them printed off, and plus you need to have someone who's got a good printer resolution that like prints in white, and obviously like some of them you can get printed in golds as well, because then that opens up a whole new avenue for your decals. I know another friend of mine, well again Matt Wingrove again, has been trying to get hold of some designs for Legio Volcanum decals made. I don't know where he's going with them, but I think he was putting in an order for those today, actually. I hope so, because I did ask him to get me some as well, because my Legio Volcanums don't have any. Well, I made my own decals. Well, I say made them. I actually just used parts from one kit and decals from another, and got a close approximation. But having the right sort of decals for it, it's always what you want at the end of the day. I know that there's GW with their decal production. There's always problems because they're always very popular and everyone buys them. I've known loads of people who have bought like the Legio Ignatum decals when they came out on re-release. They don't even have Legio Ignatum yet. So at least 2 or 3 friends who haven't got any Ignatums are going in with Ignatum now. So it does make a huge difference, though, having your own decals, especially the custom ones as well. They'll look really, really awesome once you've got it all tied down with your paint scheme and everything. I'll keep an eye. I'll keep an eye out if there's any other companies that I know of that do them, and if I do, I'll just send you a message, let you know, Mousebait. But then you'll probably be able to find them as well, anyway. So doing what you do. Yeah, as I say, certain Legios you can sort of get away without having like specific decals. Now, I was saying for years, especially with Legio's Ignatum and Legio Solaria, and even to an extent Mortis as well. Well, and definitely Furians. Their schemes is what people identify. You know that's a Legio Furian Titan because it's yellow with the black flames. You know it's a Fire Wasp because it's red with the black and yellow stripes. You know it's Mortis because it's that sort of like midnight blue, bit of red, bit of white somewhere, sort of thing, or just bullet holes throughout. You know. So in that respect, certain Titan Legios you can blag it as much, but there are other ones where they've got sort of similarities looking, or as you say, like where you're making your own one, you want them to look that little bit more awesome, don't you? And so having the decals for them really makes them, they're more distinguished, make them more distinguished. Because these things, they're such a great kit to have. Like all of them. I do like the Warlord. Because the sense of satisfaction I got from building my first Warlord when I got the Grandmaster kit when that came out, I was literally sitting there going, I've just built a Warlord, you know, a Warlord Titan. And obviously you got the bigger one later, but it's such an iconic Titan that you're just sitting there looking at it. And I was literally just sitting there for a good 5-10 minutes just studying it, even though I'd been building it for the last sort of like hour and a half or whatever. You just sit back and you think, I've just built a Warlord, and it was just such a really nice moment. But I still get that with every Warlord I've built. Reavers, I would say I'll probably put them third out of the original 3, because Warhounds are just really easy to build. and quick. You know, two wall, the sprues you got, bang, 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 and you've got them built. Warbringer, up until now, I found the most not challenging, but it's taken me the longest to do Warbringers, because there were a few bits and pieces that you had to sort of fiddle about with. But they do just seem to just take more time than anything else. I could build a warlord quicker than I can build a warbringer. I know that much. But then I've had a fair bit of practice with them. Yeah, the knights. Oh yes, you're bang on. I say all the models they've brought out for these, even like the scenery parts, have been absolutely gorgeous. And again, like, these are sort of things that you could just, even if you didn't play the game, just having like some knights as a little like one-off project, just to have sitting on your desk, your hobby desk. Just they're staring at me. But they're such great little models, like the Lancers. I've always liked the Lancer knights when they came out, but they do look so good, and you can get. I know obviously they only have like the two basic stances, but with a little bit of creative cutting, you're able to get a lot more sort of movement from them. I think if you follow me on Instagram's easy to find all the pictures, but on Instagram you'll see my House Veroni nights, which I was doing sort of just prior to Christmas and over. The nights that I built for them, so I got the obviously Castigator, Acherons, Lancers, and I got the Atrapos. So I've got 4 groups of them. But I was able to sort of, by cutting underneath where on the knee section, cutting underneath the circle, and then just being able to sort of then move the shins about, and that allowed me to actually pose them in a lot greater sort of like more dynamic, like thrusting forward, sprinting looks, full tilt, some people would call them, and it makes it doesn't make that much more work for you. You just got to be careful with your hobby knife when you're sort of just pushing through the plastic, both sides, and then you just obviously get the hips in place, and then just see how you want to sort of maneuver those feet, and obviously make sure you got the right feet on the right position, because where you have the one with the heel up, that could, if you use that as your standing foot, depending on which leg you use, because they've got the difference on the bottom, so it allows you to sort of position with the little nipple bit that sticks out. But you can find that you could actually have it too far forward, so it's just tripped over. Oh, there was a rhino there. I didn't see it. I just tripped over it and going stumbling forward, sort of thing. Or it's just really eager to kill something. Yeah, those thin hobby saws. Yeah, they're really handy. But I say I found probably the hobby saw would probably be better on, say, like if you was doing something with the Warhounds, like trying to reposition its legs, because obviously they're like a one-piece bit anyway. So same premise, just underneath where it has the little sort of central bit of the knee, you just cut underneath it onto the top of the shin, and then you can sort of just jiggle it about a bit. Right, that's feet. So you got plenty of options to alter just by a little bit of creative cutting. Even some of them, just doing one leg can give you, the running motion where you've got the back leg trailing, and your main leg, which is untouched, so you haven't cut, just have that as the standing one. So it's like his foot down, and then he's got the trailing leg behind it. There's loads of different ways of going about it, but it's I've done some of them which had both legs altered, but I'd say the majority of them I only done with one leg altered, and then obviously just put the appropriate foot bit either flat down or the heel up to go from there. Right, toes. Right, yeah, interesting. So 4 toe sections. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's the other 2? Oh, down the bottom. So these are going to be interesting how to place these out. So I'm going to have to basically start working on the base as well. So do I go with... Yeah, I'll probably not have it standing on anything because that might actually be more dangerous at this time. Because normally I do like to... normally with the first one I build of a class of Titan, I do like to actually just build it the standard way, so I can get a feel for it. But as I said, I'd like to try and get a little bit of motion with this one. That's part 18. So that's the back heel. So that's that big chunky monkey one. And so let's do the other one while we're here. Yeah, say I would, with your second set of warhounds, just experiment with one to start, and just like one leg. I mean, sorry. See which one, because obviously they've got, you can swap the sides as well, because the different sides will line up with the hip sections differently. So yeah, just muck about with that first. See, because I normally find that one side I do one leg, like the standing leg. That allows me to sort of like visualize how to approach the rest of it. So you can, as I say, like get that standing leg done and just sort of tilt the hip and leg forward, because obviously you've got the ball joint in the bottom of where it connects to the feet, the toe section. And then obviously you can just sometimes just look, it just works out that the other leg, if you just sort of put it around further than you would do normally, that gives you the trailing leg look, and then just fit it there as well. But oh, hello Andrew. Yeah, mucking about with poses, it's fun. It adds a little bit more time to the construction, but it makes such a big difference to how they look, because especially if you've got a few warhounds, sorry, like you're going for like a nice size pack, because you've only got the 2 stances, you don't want to have like, out of a manifold of 5, you don't want to have 3 the same and 2 the same. You want to sort of jazz it up a bit. So just mucking about that, you can't really go wrong with it. That's the glorious part of the hobby, because I say once you've built one, you've got that sort of knowledge of how to approach it, and then it's just refining it basically. So yeah, no worries, Mousebait. And to say, if you ever get onto anything, just message me on Twitter or whatever. I am quite approachable, so I don't mind helping other hobbyists, because that's what we're all here for. Enjoy a hobby, and so just build Titans, because what's better than building Titans at the moment? I don't think there's much. You've got all these other game systems out there, but Titans are just so awesome. That's probably why I have so many of the bloody things. So 216. So 16 is the center, right? Okay, so with the toes, you've got two parts 17, so that's the left and right front toe. 18's the back, 16's the front center. So that is quite handy. Nice and simples, because they do look very similar. Obviously, the back toe stands out a lot more because it's quite a fat one. But these other ones, so I can see people making mistakes with these, because obviously if you don't cut them out, because what I'm doing, which unfortunately until I can get a second camera looking down sorted out, as I said, this is very rough, straight off the bat decide to do it. I've set out the main foot down and just positioning where they will go in front. So obviously working on one toe or one foot at a time, so I don't make a rick and put the toes in the wrong position, because how embarrassing would that be? Not that some of you might have missed my earlier cock up with forgetting to put a part into position, which was the upper inner thigh connector, as I'm calling it, because I was so excited I just rushed ahead and did it. My bad. So that's one foot taken care of. I'll tidy them up as well and make sure that they're all done. It's not too dark, I don't think. I don't want to blind people. Ooh. So right. Yeah, I was a little bit intimidated when I first heard that there was so many parts to this, but as I get closer to him, although I'm wondering what the hell that is. Yeah, new surprises to worry about when I turn the page, I guess. Right, so that's toes taken care of. Right. Hello to everyone here who's joined me this evening for this impromptu Titan build. My first ever, so much appreciated. Thank you. If you do enjoy my ramblings, please give me a like and or even follow. I promised many people about putting up some more videos, because I've only got the 4 at present, with the Legio Solaria, Legio Audax, Legio Volcanum paint, how-to paints that I did, or basically how I do them, which, if you know me, I always go for the route of less resistance to make them quick and easy to paint up. And the other video I did was just a demo of how to do your taping when you're masking tape stripes, which does have so much. Using masking tape on stripes, I would never attempt to do stripes now without masking tape of some form, because it just makes it a hell of a lot easier. Yes, it's time consuming, but it gives you such a great finish with your stripe work, because some of these Titans, multiple Legios, have stripes on them, on their Titans. Although my Legio Domitian, the Unbroken Lords, they don't have stripes. They are bloody diamonds, and I actually got hold of some decals, some like railway decals off of eBay. They're like 1/16 scale, so there'll be a nice size, and just obviously it's just a sheet, so just cut off, angle, and then hopefully it doesn't look too bad. And that's, you know, a future plan when I maybe add some more Titans to them, or if I decide to actually repaint some shins, or well, yeah, some greaves, give them a different aspect, and then do it from there. Right, so that's the toes. So they just sit on. Now the toe sections as well, the little handles on the inside of the top, there are actually little nubs. So again, if you just, well, they're not glued in, but they're just sitting in the handle on the nub. So obviously cutting the nubs off will allow you to maneuver and position. So we will go with that. I'll just notice that I have a little bit of flash now. So your rude hooded stories. Well, you can have Vimto. Who are you, Vimto? Unless you've got some person who likes to paint in offices in his alternate form. Was just the only person I could think of who would mention about Rude Hullet after I bombarded his thing, his Twitter with my picture of me and Rude Hullet. Yes, mouse bait diamonds. Yeah, so instead of I tried freehanding them a bit. Again, using masking tape of like, I think it was like 2 mil wide masking tape, and doing the sections, and then like doing one line, and then it took me ages. So yeah, I didn't. I've done one. I'm not 100% happy with it, obviously. So I will be probably going back to that and using the decals. So as I said, they're just squares, but if obviously you tip them to an angle, you get diamonds. Ultimate cunning and hobby tip of the night, I feel. Who's the other guy? I don't know. But it's nice having you here. As I said, I can regale people with Rude Hooded stories if you really wanted to, but I think most people are after getting this bad boy built. So, right. So that's better. Right. So you go in there. I'm going to have to look up that tweet now, and because my mind at the moment is not what it should. But yeah, nail decals. Yeah, I've heard people using nail decals for on Titans and other models as well. I've never really looked into it. Yeah, I do like to talk about football. I have loads of football related stories. So I'm sure that I will mention other things at some point. So you're always welcome to join in and talk about football. Especially stories involving the team that I follow, which is Tottenham Hotspur. So I'm a Spurs fan, long-suffering Spurs fan, and yeah, so well, I've had my nails painted recently as some sort of weird. Yeah, I just basically had a makeover, so that was. I don't know. Yeah, there was a. Yeah, I did put a picture up on Twitter recently of where I had my hair down, looking very Rob Zombie, as some people have said, and yeah, I had makeup all on there, eyeliner and all that sort of stuff. But I also had my nails painted as well. So, but no decals on them. Right. So I'm going to go here, going to go on there. Right, okay. I know where that goes now because I saw some interesting parts. So with the leg section, you're also going to have some bits that are going to sit in here, which will allow the ball section to sit into them. So that's without the... Get that light on there. So yeah, that's probably can see there. So there's going to be a little bit that's going to go where that ball section is, and obviously you've got to figure out which angle it goes from. Oh, cheers, Vimto. I'll look on that later because at the moment I'm using my phone so I can see the comments, so I can speak to you guys. But yeah, no, I'll definitely get onto that once I've managed to get through all of this shenanigans. So do you hobby as well, Vimto? Or are you just visiting to say hi? Whatever, you're more than welcome. So we go for a slight walking stance. Yeah, no worries. Take care, man. Well, thanks for dropping in. It's always a pleasure, never a chore. So get those feet into position. Now I will obviously get this shown a bit better, and a plan. There's always a plan, honest. And so I'm just trying to see and visualize. I don't know if that will. It might hold. Holds. So what we've got there. So one leg forward. Obviously, it's such a big model, and the base is, you know, so to keep in with the other templates. It's going to be interesting to see how to progress on that. So I've got a bit of a kink on the knee where I'm able to still maneuver it, and yeah, I might just go with a standing leg there, get that locked into place, and then that will give me somewhere to work with the second leg. So yeah, I think I'm going to play it safe on that. So I will have that as a flat foot down with its left toe, because the thing is, obviously, I'm looking at that. It says left, but I'm looking at it and it's on my right. So hobby is a midlife crisis. Well, welcome to your midlife crisis, Vimto. I've been having a midlife crisis since I was like 15, and that's, Jesus, like 31 years ago. Oh my God. Well, almost. It was my birthday next month, so it'd be 31. Yeah, you know. So let's get that glued in, taken care of. But yeah, it's much appreciated, everyone who's popped in today. Feel free to say hi, join in the chat. If you have any questions, I am more than happy to answer. That's how we this works, because we're a community and helping each other out. Now, obviously, if you get asked for help, that's fine. Throwing out help willy-nilly, obviously you're going to get some person's backup. So I will always help out anyone. So if anybody has any issues with they're having trouble with a Titan or whatever, posing, just send me a message and I'll see what I can do. And if I can help, I'll help. More than happy to. All right. So that's glued in place. That's going to be that. So these little pieces I was telling you about a minute ago, well, a couple of minutes ago, are these little sections. So these go on the knee either side. So with that foot bar, we are looking at 27. The insides. Yeah, so 27 on the inside, 26 on the outside. By the looks of this. And oh yeah, reavers. All right, see you later, Vinto. Yeah, I always start with start with the groin. Get those legs in position. Now, what I personally prefer doing, because they've got so much possibility with angling, because there's no like nubs really. Well, there are, but on the you can obviously alter it a lot easier. I always try. I'll show you. I'll show you with the bit I've just broken. So with like the leg on this, for example, on reavers, that shin section, sorry, hold it up, that shin section, I always try to keep that as straight up as possible. Now, whatever position if I'm standing it on something, like a foot on top of a fallen titan or a building or whatever, I always try to keep that nice and straight. For the sheer fact that when you're putting in the ankle pistons that go around the base and onto that section, it can affect how your greaves will fit on. So when you go to put the greaves on, if you've got it at such an angle, you can't actually get the greaves on. You're going to have to glue the greave in a different position. So you'll either at the front have a wider section, or it'll be more splayed out the back. So it won't be as tidy as it could be. I always try to aim to get the motion with reavers in the thighs and the hips. So shins as straight as like back, basically, as straight at right angles, and then put the ankle piston bits in, and then worry about manoeuvrability with the knee and the thigh. So when you're manoeuvring it on the groin, if that was straight up, and then you can like move that around as much as you want, and with the ball joint, you can sort of push it out, push it in, and that's where you get your sort of sense of motion, is through the thigh and the hip. You want to keep that as straight as possible. It just makes it easier to get the armor plates on, because so many people don't sort of look into that, and when they go to put plates on, they're either puffed out because they can't clear the ankle pistons because of the extreme angles they've got for them. So I do get quite a good sort of angle of motion with them. But as I say, I always with reavers, because they are a nightmare. And I like to have those leg greaves nice and tight, so they look like they should do. Because having huge gaps in them, it sort of attracts the eye for the wrong reasons. But yeah, just upright with them, and you can't go wrong. I'll try actually do maybe I'll do a video with showing how I would do it. But yeah, you don't want to make things hard for yourself. Trying to get out of trouble is always the worst thing to do. So with your shins, mouse bait, they are finicky, and sometimes you really, make note of which ones you're cutting off, because obviously some are designed to go onto that left leg and the others are designed to go on the right leg. And if you put the left leg onto the right leg, and then it makes it even more of a foobar with that. Right, so they're nice and gluing there. Shall we get, yes, who's getting this little sucker, the part 27 on the internal. So that's there. Right, yeah, so you get that one done, and then we've got to do a large piston, which is going to go into, by the looks of things, the heel part. So that's why the heel is a lot fatter than the others. And that's going to sit in between the two 27 and 26. So glad I turned over. So, and that sort of go upside down like that. So let's have a little dry fit. That's all right. That's fine, because it's got the little bit there and the nub, so it's easy. I suppose again, if you wanted to sort of get movement with, personally, I wouldn't bother, because that's going to be a nightmare to sort of adjusting the position on legs, and then also trying to adjust the piston as well. No, I don't think that's something that I'm interested in doing at this present time. Right, so these pistons, so parts 25s, which are here, part 25s. So are you guys actually hobbying as well? Am I just knocked over some bits? Oh dear. So 23 and 24. So they've easily put these on opposite sides, so we don't crop that up. Put that in there, and then my computer, a fan's playing up on that. Been doing that a bit recently. Being a bit boisterous. Yeah, the old left leg, right leg grieve shenanigans. Right, yeah, because I've seen a lot of 3D printed stuff, and the Battle Bling has been mentioned a few times on like the Facebook AT18 group page, and I am more of a purist, so I like all my Titans are non sort of 3D printed parts or anything like that, because I'm just one of those sort of sticklers for the traditional side of things. But yeah, I've seen some really nice bits though. I saw it was like a power ram, which looked quite for a reaver. Instead of a power fish, you got power ram, because who doesn't like to ram things with a power ram straight in the face? Always good fun. So, yeah, so even right, I'll just show you on the piston. So just see, you've got a angle. So you've got a little nubbing. There is a little section in here, which is the piston part, where it can just sit into. Just see. But obviously, if you wanted to, you could cut that because there's space for that to move up and down. So that's the sort of what you're going to have with this is such a posable model, because you can move this piston as well. So that is actually really quite impressive. because we all like to have our little play about with positioning, but that is just, that's really cool. I'm really, really impressed with that. Christopher, you little genius, you. I'll buy him a drink when I see him. Hopefully I'll get the chance to go up to Warhammer World once things start opening up again, because I've been meaning to go up there so I can take some photographs of all my Titans and Knights out on display together, which will be pretty awesome. Because obviously they've got bigger tables than mine. I've got no scenic tables. I've got scenery. I've got loads of like scenery I've built up for from Civitas kits and stuff. Just don't have a decent sized table. So getting onto one of their big sort of scenic ones, and then just dumping all my Titans on there, like some mad face off between loyalists and traitors, would be quite awesome. Just even because, like, I don't know if you've seen in the past, because I run in part with Benjamin Greaves and Scott Charnick, the Tyrannus Owners Club. We used to, in the good old days, do our night musters where we'd get people from all over the UK. We even got people from Belgium come over for the last one, where we set the sort of official record of the most nights in one place for a muster, which was 305, I believe, off the top of my head. But so it was just nice meeting all these people. We done a little. I made up some really sort of like easy rules for doing jousts. So it's like a best out of 3, you know, roll off, whoever wins, woohoo. And then process of elimination. So we done that, and it ended up with a 3-way battle, which Scott Charnick actually won. So it was me, Scott, and who's one of the members? Oh, damn it. But yeah, so it was a 3-way fight, and it came down. Scott won, so he got a like little certificate sort of thing, or the honour of being like the first sword of Tyrannus. But yeah, just seeing everybody, and so although everybody's painting the same night, there were such differences in everyone's approach to their nights. But at the same time, they're all uniform as well. So for the most part, you'd look at them, and it was just a sea of red and silver and white. If you know me, you know that I prefer silver pads on my Tyrannus, and lots of other people prefer white. So that's another story. But yeah, so with having all those sort of Titans out on display for my own little muster as such would be cool. Obviously, if anybody else was going down there with their Titans, they could always just join in the fun, and we'll just get loads of Titans, like a Titan muster, when it is acceptable to have people in Warhammer World and socially distanced and safe, because that's what it's all about. People keeping us safe and sound until it's groovy to get out again. Right, so we need part 26, which is the other side of that knee section. With your Knight's Mouse bait, are you doing another, like a custom house with them as well, or are you doing an official night house? Let's tidy that up. I can't remember seeing your Knights. It was your Reaver that got knocked over, wasn't it? Oh yeah, custom, yeah. Your cat knocked it off, and you repaired it. because that is the true sign of a Magos. Because I have cats here as well, and they care not for Titans. Nice, yes. I love I love Troy. Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey afterwards, but even the movie with old Brad Pitt, I absolutely love it. And that whole scene with Achilles and the Myrmidons coming onto the beachhead at Troy. I just absolutely love that. It's such a great sort of start to a 10-year war, I find. Just turn up, surge ahead of the rest of the Greek fleet, and then just make landfall and kick ass, and meet your future nemesis in Hector. I can't remember if that actually happened in the Iliad, but it happened in the film, and Eric Bana was awesome in that as well. But yes, there's actually. Oh, you did you? Oh, that's cool. There was actually. I was just about to say on Amazon Prime on their TV thing, they actually had some. I say they're like a telling of like the Iliad and also like the Greek pantheon gods and stuff, and it's done with like cartoons in a way, sort of thing, like very sort of straightforward cartoon telling the story of like when Zeus went down and turned into a swan and got someone pregnant, because that's what Zeus always seemed to do. But the Iliad one was really good, and you got to see so much more from the story, sort of thing. Like obviously, like Achilles getting magical armor from Hephaestus and all that sort of thing, and how it all began. That it was Paris's, being asked to decide between Athena, Aphrodite, and Hera, who was the best looking, the most beautiful goddess, so they could win the apple of discord, because I never really knew that. Everybody knows about Trojan horse, Achilles, and Ajax, and all that, because obviously in the film Ajax died early on, which obviously he didn't die like that. He died in self-inflicted ways. That fight was pretty good. And I say Eric Bana, I think he portrayed the version of Hector really well. He didn't want to, be fighting because of Paris's lustiness for Aphrodite. Sorry, I just said this thing. But yeah, it was such, because there's not that many sort of sword and sandals movies based on those sort of things. I know there's been like Armand Assante done the Odyssey back in the 90s, but that's the Odyssey. You want to see Troy, that's where it all happens, but it was I actually watched it. I think I watched it twice during lockdown, because I just enjoy it so much. I do. Right, let's get foot sorted. How they sort of glorified it, but that's the thing. Is like from when I was sort of being re-educated by watching the Iliad on Amazon Prime. How the gods were involved in the whole thing. Like Athena going down, whispering to someone's ear, going, "Oh, you don't want to be doing that. You want to be doing this." He called you a numpty, and forcing not Agamemnon, Menelaus, because Menelaus wasn't, well, he wanted to, but Agamemnon didn't necessarily, because Agamemnon was quite happy where he was. But then Athena turns up in his sleep, whispers in his ear, and he wakes up and goes, "All right, we got to do this." And unfortunately, he had to sacrifice his daughter so they could get some wind to blow them over to there, because he upset Artemis, because he claimed to be, I pulled off a great shot. I shot that deer. I'm better than Artemis, and that's always going to put a god's back up. But it just shows you just how like petty the gods are. I've always had like a healthy respect for like Athena, because of like how she came about into the world. Was born out of Zeus and came out wearing a helmet and carrying like a shield and spear sort of thing. Ready for war, daddy. But yeah, it was really eye opening to see all that, because as I said, I'd learned a little bit when I was at school, and that was so long ago. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like everyone was sort of like, the gods was going, "Oh, we got to do this," and then it became like, because you had like Apollo and Artemis having to side with Aphrodite, because obviously Apollo was sort of venerated by the Trojan, so he's got like, "Oh, I've got to back my lot," and it was like having all that, and like Zeus is just sitting there going, "Oh, this is a big steaming pile of something horrible," but not trying to interfere because he didn't want to upset Hera, because obviously Hera was a little bit upset because she didn't win the apple. So yeah, it was all that politicking between them. Oh no, what bits you missing? Oh, check the floor in the cat area. Yeah. As I said, cats care not for Titans. Let's get this bit in place. Tootsie. Get that on there. So multiple sticky bits. This is never going to go wrong. Never in a million years. So yeah, there's some real possibilities with with this. So you've got the ball section on the piston here. There's a ball section down here. So you can actually, by taking the nubby bits off, maneuver around that piston bit. You've got the nub on there as well, so you could do that higher, so you could bring that further in. So it's got so much posability in one leg compared to a whole host of other Titans out there. But yeah, that's a meaty leg as well. So I've got big hands, so that's one finger high. That is monstrously huge. But yes, that's that at least. So that's that leg. So what I'll do, because I think now I think correctly, I have to get that little bit to sit like that. So it's a nice straightforward. So as I said, this is going to be the standing leg. No frills with that. See, I can maneuver. Oh, yes. So even if I did put that in place, if I didn't glue that position, that would actually hold in where you glue in at the top. Jason and the Argonauts, yeah, or the Ray Harryhausen, Jason and the Argonauts. I remember just like watching them when you were like when we were kids, and just being blown away. Like, oh, there's skeletons, or harpies. Drink of water. So yeah, all those like legendary stories, and they've been brought to life in one way or another, or obviously there's variations of them. They really make. Oh, what's it? Oh no, it's the right way. I think really. So yeah. So sorry. This section here, you're only really going to be gluing the central part there because these aren't really going to touch anything. I don't think. They might do, possibly. All right, I'll tip them anyway. So I'm going to glue the tips of the inner thigh as well as the central bit there, but I'm not going to glue the bottom nub because then, even though the top bit's in position, it's still going to allow me to actually maneuver this section, even though that's not going to be glued in. So that will help me when I do a final pose, even though it's a standing leg, it's going to allow me to actually just pop that in there. Right, let's reverse this. Go here. Make sure I'm getting some glueness in. So that's that. So Andrew, what Titans have you got on yourself with this lot, or are you still planning on getting some bits and pieces later down the line? What are your Legio as well? Are you actually Andrew Riley on Twitter as well, or what's your? Because I've got friends on here. They come on here. I go, who the hell's that? Oh, it's you. So Mousebait searching for her nighty bits. Now, what nights were you actually doing, Mousebait? Are they Cerastus or are they Questorus? Because if you do have problems finding weapons, I know I've probably got some spare, but it depends on what weapons you're missing. Because I know I've probably got Avengers available and certain power weapons, so fists and chain blades, the Reaper chain swords. So yeah, if you did need any help out on that side of things, I might be able to help you because I've built all my knights. So and I've got those bits spare. Right. But now, more upright. Right, so again, with the hips, you've got these two nubbly bits here to go into those two nubbly bits there. Pardon me. So with them going in, if I keep them as they are, it's going to be quite a static, even with the maneuverability here, it's not really going to work out because you might want to be able to do something like more like that. I'll do it around that way. So more like that, or straighten that leg, or have it straight as you want, really. Oh, you're on the Volcanum page. Oh, awesome. Yes. On there, obviously, with my little Volcanums. It was quite nice because when I was deciding to do, because they were my fourth Legio, because I'd done Ignatum first, then Krytos, then I got Solaria because I met up at one of the weekenders with Guy Haley, and he'd taken his Solaria down there, and he was. I took my Titans down there because I wanted to put them out onto the table, take photographs, as I always do. And they actually had the boards, the Forge World, the Titanicus boards out. So I got that done, and got the photographs with my Krytos and Ignatum. Guys turned up, and he's brought him in, and I said, like, oh, do you want to take some photographs of, like, you know, my Kratos versus your Solaria? So we took some photographs, and my House Caesarian knights were there as well. And I just really loved how well the colours had come through with Guy's Solaria. And I just said, like, how did you do that? And I just got hold of Titan Death as well. So read that, loved that. I had the audio book as well, because I do a lot of driving between work, so I was listening to that on my way in, which was fun. And I absolutely loved the story. You know, it's such a great sort of. There's nothing more awesome than having Titans go at it and just blowing the crap out of everything. So that sort of drew me more into doing Solaria, and then obviously done them. But then I've got 2 loyalists and 1 traitor, and I had Titans to build. And so I thought I'd look for the 4th, second traitor, looked through, and I fancied doing black because I thought I've got red, I've got green, and, well, technically I've got 2 greens. I've got a very pale grey green, Solaria green, and obviously I've got my Ignitum. And I thought I'll go black because that's something totally different. So I did that, and yeah, I was actually quite taken by that. And I used contrast, as you've probably seen me talking on Volcanum page. I use contrast with mine, and a couple of coats it takes, but it really does give it quite a good look to it. Right, yeah. I'm going to take these nubs off, because then it's going to give me a lot more maneuverability. So thank you, Christopher Drew, for your work, but I'm destroying parts of it now to make this work. Right, I will. Yeah, I'm glad that you found the guide useful. Mouse bait, yeah. So if you don't have any luck, just send me a message, and I can see what I've got in the bits, and if I can help you out, yeah, no worries. Don't worry, I won't charge you for them, because obviously they're just spare. All right. So with this super maneuverable leg section, and right, I'm now seeing where I want to go. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to glue it and then show you how it is going to be, because that will probably be easier, because I need to be able to see what I'm doing in order to do it, and getting that there. So yeah, all right, just let that dry a second. So it's got a slightly rested position on that, keeping that section as level as possible as well. But yeah, so that's going to go like that. So I could really, with a bit fall off me, I could probably actually have that as standing on something slightly. Yeah, so I could probably put some sort of like a piece of like rubble or detritus underneath its sort of heel section. Yeah, it's a. I reckon that's taller than a warhound. could actually have that sort of slightly forward there with, as I said, like on the base, having some sort of like rubble underneath it. So, like, just so you get on the t-shirt. Yeah, so you can see, I think a bit of a gap, not too much of a gap, but just like wedging some sort of like broken down wall or whatever. So it's got a slight sort of movement forward with that leg. So it's obviously just stomped down on top of something. And then with the other leg, I could try and think at this now. So I could have that further, like being raised even. Or just brace it actually. Yeah, I'm going to brace it. So have that going at a different angle. So it's sort of, I suppose, like gun shooter, gunfighter maneuver. So just iron that up on there. Right, okay. I won't tote those feet in place yet, but I can put the inner thigh connector into position once I've got the inner thigh or the kneecap pits put into place. So get my small clippers again. Do you actually, in your sort of hobbying toolkit, do you have like multiple pairs of clippers? Because I do. I have like quite the small ones, especially like if you've got delicate work, trying to get things off. So you can just get those little smaller nipply bits in there. My friend Phil actually gave me them. He had he bought a couple of packs and he donated them for me. So thank you very much, Phil. I've been using them ever since as my main small part clippers. And then I've got, I think these are like army painter ones. I've had these for about 6 years now and still going. I've got some GW ones somewhere. But as of this moment, I don't know where. Because I really need to sort out my hobby toolkits. Because every now and again, when you, I don't know if you find that when you have a very productive time, you just end up bringing stuff out, putting it on the side, bringing more stuff out and not putting it away, and then things go missing. And you can't find them. And they're pretty right in front of you, but you just cannot see the woods for the trees. And so you have to have a good old sort out every now and again. Yeah. I contain my messiness into one manageable area. But there's like, bits and kits and stuff that's like, I'll just put that there. I'll come back to that, and you don't come back to it. And in the meantime, you find something else to use. So that's. Oh, I can imagine with orc stuff. Yeah, that would be orcs, and they're. I do love orcs. They are never done an orc army, but I do like them. Obviously, it's like, with all the silly voices and red goes faster, blue's lucky, and all that sort of jazz. But it's just their whole outlook, and I just love the idea that once upon a time they were actually quite advanced, but they've devolved quite a lot. But they just have an inherent ability to make things, and the things that they make work against any sort of rhyme or reason. It just works. And plus you get all the squigs. What's not to love about squigs? Squigs bouncing around all over the place. Well, I always say this, but my favourite orc weapon was the shock attack gun, for the sheer fact that they actually had to use snotlings as an intricate part of the weapon system. and teaching them how to jump down dark holes in the hope of finding a tasty treat at the end. And unfortunately, they ended up jumping down lots of dark holes, like battle tank cannons. Oh, there's no treats in here. It's just the whole thing. Orkiness is just awesome, crazy awesome. Right foot. That's left foot down, and have that slightly raised. And this one, we're going to take that off. The Bubba Chuck, yeah, my friend was. It's just the names as well, Bubba Chuck. And Lift the Dropper. Yeah, it's very, very imaginatively creative names there, but you know exactly what they do. It just chucks bubbles at you. This is because they lift you up and then drop you. Yeah, it's just a sign of their cunning and genius. Crazy little dudes, love them. And just riding. They've got the new like squig rider type stuff as well. The new clan or like snake bites. Was it snake bites that are bringing out, or it's a new like clan setup type thing with the like the feral dudes. Oh, that was a foobar. I put the wrong one in. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what they're called off the top of your head. Let's get that taken care of. So, but no, let's say over the last several years, like the kits that Games Workshop have been bringing out have just only been getting better and better and better and better. You know, that's why there's so much you know, want for like all these new kits, like Curse City and stuff like that, because the models of them are just fantastic. They're so characterful. And admittedly, you can't really like have armies of these dudes, but for characters within your sort of like, or if you're doing like war bands, like Warcry or whatever, you know, having those sort of characters really do sort of like add that extra dynamic to how your army would look, or even conversions. I know like several people like the cursed city stuff, where some of the characters, oh yeah, we're going to have them as inquisitors, you know, because Jesus, they look like, you know, the one with the wide brim like witch hat sort of thing. It's a proper sort of Ordo Hereticus, you know, witch finder, and that weapon as well is just glorious. That's that. But yeah, it's definitely progressed, because I actually found I didn't post these up because I know like yesterday, I don't know if you saw those pictures I put up of the Battlefleet Gothic and Inquisitor rule books that I'd found in my storage, but I also found some old like Rogue Trader era Eldar that I had. One of them's got this meaty las cannon. It's his armor plates are like buffed up as well, so it looks a lot meatier. And like the original Elder Rangers that they brought with a camo cloak sort of thing. I've only got 2 of them, so obviously I gave a load of my Eldar stuff away to a friend years ago, because I wasn't really doing Eldar, so That's the thing, is I'm a bit of a hoarder with my kits as well, like with my models. So I've got like big armies because I don't sell them. I may not even have played with them in years, but they're just sitting there. You never know. It come back around that it might be good. Yeah, conversion. Yeah. Again, you can just do so much with converting of models as well, to make them look that little bit more extra special. Right. So, change of momentum. Get the kits and get some bits to make for a collapsed building that its foot's in. So I'll pop that out, and one of them. So the small buildings in particular in the Civitas kit is very, very handy. And basically, for most of the buildings I have where they're standing on or near on a base, it's basically just 2 of those, 1 roof. With the roof, or roof, literally just cutting it in twice and then bend that fucker. Pardon my French, sorry. Because you want that sort of roughage there on the actual, because it's been blown up or whatever. And then with my small clippers, I'm just little snips, but then I'm twisting to try and bend the bits down, so it looks more, it's been blasted or stomped on in this sort of case. And then I'll show you. You just do your little L shape. So you got your right angle with your building, so it's all well and good. And glue the roof into place to hold it and support it. So you've got your little triangle like that. So it's like half a building, yeah. Right. But what I'll do, I'll let that dry a bit first, because otherwise it's only going to bloody break on me when I show you what I do next. Because this is where having multiple clippers comes in handy. Because what I'm planning on doing is cutting at an angle. So this will actually be as if it's literally been trodden into the ground. So I'm going to cut at an angle, like up from bottom to up like that. And then that will be at the back. So that will give you the angle for the foot to rest its big back toe into that. So that will give the sort of motion forward. And once that's secure, then I'll be able to muck about with the freestanding leg as such. So let's give that a little bit more there. And that can't be done yet. Yeah, small brushes for small nights. Yeah, I always just using fine detail in general. After like I sprayed them all, it's just literally just like maybe a 1, 2 if I'm doing like a whole plate. Because I do it sort of, I try to do it reverse. So I'm spray them all lead belcher base after, like prime them, spray them with lead belcher, and then just either, if I'm keeping with a silver trim, then just fill in with a 2 brush, for instance. It's only if I'm going to go over the trim in gold, then I'll go over the whole trim plates in gold and then fill in again that way. Because trying to pick out trim, it's easier to touch up the trim afterwards than it is to try and pick out the trim first time, sort of thing, because it's quite, as you know, trim in this game is a lot of it. But I actually I don't find it as bad as I used to nowadays. Obviously, after painting so many Titans, you do get a little bit like, you just zone out, and it's like I've discovered Nirvana through painting Titan trim, because I'll just sit there and say I'll be having like watching somebody on YouTube or just having just a like audio book, or even just watching some sci-fi in the background. That you just literally go off to another place and time, and the next minute you go, oh, I've done it all, which is a pleasant surprise. So I'll just show you. All right, so that's now been angled. I might just give that a little bit more. That might be a little bit steep. So I'll probably go more of a softer gradient on that. But adding that to the base just gives a little bit of interest, but it also has a reason for it being there, which is to give that hill a little bit more angle to the pose. So it's like you're sticking in a wedge just to help maneuver the positioning. So yeah, it's not just adjusting the legs and the hips or the feet. You're tipping the whole Titan, and so that will open up more options and possibilities with the posing. So that's like that. Because what I also use is like any of the little bits that I've cut off, I will recycle them into the base as well. So that will give you a little bit more options in that respect. I could, yeah, no. So yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that's all right. And so with that section being put onto the base, I'll also trim that down, some other bits in between to go on the bottom of the foot to give it a little bit more sturdiness. Just make sure that's all right. That's not too bad, actually. Right. But what I'll also sort of do, I won't glue the Titan into position, because I'll always build the base with it to help with the progress of getting its stance sorted out. But I'll paint it separately, because if you stick it onto the base, you can't get to certain bits and it just causes too much aggro. So it's also going to be at a slight sort of stance angle from the front, because that's one thing that is a bit of an annoyance is positioning. That's right. Get stuff off my feet. Sorry. Getting a really good position onto the base size that you're given, because you've got to work within the base that you've got. So it's just getting that into fall over, getting that into a stable position, which is going to allow you to have good posability when you get the sort of top sections all sorted out. The legs are always going to be the hardest bit to sort out, because you want it's what gives you your dynamic appearance, dynamism. Stand that. Yeah, it's just visualizing. Yeah, right. That's working. That's working. That's working. That's working. That's working. Right. I'm glad that it is. So let's get some glue on these toes. So that's going to hold in there. Yeah. So you do the same, I'm assuming. So it's so much easier. It took me a long while to actually realise that as well. So it makes a huge difference, though. Such a difference. Which we want things to be more streamlined, especially if you've got several sort of knights you've got to build, or multiple like Titan builds as well. Having a simple paint scheme, but also whilst also being nice, because you want it to look good at the end of the day. But it's getting there. That's the problem. So, don't know if we've got to put the back foot in. That's usually in there. Right, so internal. Dropped it. Damn it. Right, sorry, just gotta see how this is going to look. Pop the feet out. So glue them in. Right. And get this hip into position. So yeah, that'll work. Right, yeah, sorry about seeing the top of my head there. Yeah, so with the hips are in place, so is that a slight staggered? I'll let this dry first before picking it up, because it's bound to go wrong and I'm going to totally twat myself. and I try to grab it, I want to like, oh, I dropped it and headbutt the table or something. But getting this as a slight stagger, I'm going to try and when I show you the pose of the legs, what I'll probably do is with the torso section is have him like slight on the turn, so he's got his legs going there, but he's just sort of turned round to bring the Surane plasma destructors against the target, and then obviously the other part is obviously to manoeuvre their head as well. So you want that sort of like snapping round to sort of look where it's about to shoot. So that's the theory. Once that's glued in, but then all those little bits and pieces that I've already cut off will be going onto the base to add to the sort of the general detritus around the actual Titan. Now, what I've been doing a lot of recently with my bases is with the flats, like the roof parts of the Civitas. Apart from sort of cutting them down into smaller sort of triangular shapes, I will get one section, for example, so little triangle bit like that. But then with my big clippers, I will take off little slivers. So really quite small like that, and I will use them as like rebar or like small girder jutting out of something, or just piling a couple of them on top of each other, because then that will sort of give another little feature to your base. You're utilizing, waste. You're recycling. It's very environmentally friendly. It's not, but it adds to the sort of how the base is, because with this, I've always done with all my Titans is sort of a very urban battlefield. I know you get a lot of people that are doing like sort of like Martian bases, but I like to have that little feature there, and having buildings incorporated as well. So yeah, admittedly we've got a flattened down building there, but I'll use like the offcut bits. I'll glue them together because they'll make another little section somewhere on the base. So you can really, anything that you use cut off wise can be recycled into use as scenery, which is always glorious. Stay together, stay. Right, put that down to dry. Right, I'll see if I can. Right, yeah, let's pick this up. Right, just bear in mind I haven't glued this down to the actual base, so it's got that sort of slight sort of bracing manoeuvring that's going on. It's rear onto this building here, so it gives that little tip forward on that first leg that's been glued, so it's slightly tipping forward a little bit, so that adds to sort of, so it's not so static, because that's the one thing you really want to try to avoid with your Titans, because when they're static, they just stand there, and you want them to have and convey sort of character. So by just putting the little Cuban heel, see like but yeah, so that'll just stand on there. That foot planted down. Sorry, that foot stay. There you go. Right, so that foot planted down there, and then in between, I'll be using the offcuts from the building and the roof to do sort of added sort of detritus rubble around the place. Once I've used all these bits of plastic, I'll then use my trusty sand, but with my, let's see, there you go. So yeah, that white stuff, it's not illegal. It's bicarbonate of soda, and I put that in there because I use super glue for adhering everything, and bicarbonate of soda dries rock solid instantly. It really is good. It's not like an activator, but it's like cement. You can sand it down, but it gives you a really good finish as well. So mixed in with the different grits and grains I've got in here. So I've got all sorts of like standard, like the old GW sand. Then there's some like Hornby Scenics and stuff that I just thrown in there. There's some Army Painter rubble, like boulders or whatever. And so when I do a little section at a time, add the super glue, and then I generally sort of sprinkle it into position. And you just judge by eye as you go along, adding onto that. And building it up, with that as well, you can do multiple layers to sort of give a little bit more unevenness, because obviously you're hoping to achieve a look where it is, you would imagine it's just been absolutely pulverized and flattened, and you're going to be doing that with your sand and grits and building them up, because it gives you more texture. So when you get onto, like with me, when I do paint these, I use my spray paint as a primer first, and that helps sort of solidify everything. Then I will go over it with Mechanicus Standard Grey, and then that will be dry brushed with Tyrant Skull. Contrasting colours, but it does lift it. And I'm not too, like, when I'm painting with the other, like the Mechanicus Grey on top of the lighter grey spray paint I use, it can be patchy. It doesn't really matter, because when you're adding, after the Tyrant Skull, you're adding Agrax, that'll make that dirty parts, it'll give you more shadow, more depth, but obviously it just ties it together. And then if need be, I can do a little bit of dry brushing with some other grey if I wanted to make it more sort of like a lighter rubble, or sort of differentiate between the building and what's on the floor. I've even used like Rackar Flesh as a bit of a dry brush over the actual building parts as well. So there's lots of little things you can do that are really simple, but it does give a real good sort of effect to the rubble strewn war zones that these things would be marching around in. So that's there. I'm going to stick that, and yeah, so like with the little offcut bit, that's going to just be like placed as center on the actual base here. So it's, just another blown out ruin building. Yeah, mixing. I've been doing this for years now with the mixing of the sands, because, as you say, because you can, you can pinch, you can sort of siphon out the bigger bits if you don't want a bigger bit. So you just keep holding it in your fingers. But yeah, you just like sprinkling it over. But as I said, mixing in that bicarbonate soda, especially using super glue, it really does sort of just lock everything in. And also, what I did used to sort of tend to do was I would glue around the feet of the Titan, so you'd actually have like Titan feet outline. And when I came to sticking the painted model onto the base, I just put loads of super glue there, cover it in bicarbonate of soda, just dibble it over with a spoon, basically, or the blade of a knife, sort of thing. Just get it over there, because then that's going to dry instantly, and it's going to lock that Titan's foot in place, so it's not going anywhere. And once that's done, even if you've painted the base, you can still do this, because then you can just go over it with some Agrax, and it just sort of blends in. So that's the beauty of that stuff. But it has been a godsend since I've been using it. It really does help out, especially with the basing side of things. Another little tip I will say it's like with hold on. So with the like base here, for example, because well, luckily I've obviously got that there, so I know that if I put that in position against the back there, it's not moving. But what I can do with the opposite foot is one of those little rebar pieces I was saying about where I've just snipped off. I could do something like where I'd glue that as a sort of marker. So I'd do it. You can just see. Let's move that again. So you can just see that in front of that foot. So I'd put one long one there, but then I'd use another piece of like rebar and do it at an angle, so it doesn't look as obvious that it's like a marker for your toes. Because so that way I know where to glue up to without getting glue onto the Titan. But it's just a little thing. So that will go on. All the plastic bits will go on with the poly cement, and that way, new salt chef. Yeah, just do that. But that will help out. So I know, because if I wasn't doing that, then you want to sort of position it because you're eyeing it up with your as you're trying to visualize it, as you're eyeing it up, and you're always not going to get it back in the same position. So you just use that as a marker, and then you hide it from being a marker by making it into rubble or bit of detritus almost just dropped off. So I'll do that now. So whilst you're here, I shall quickly get a little bit of glue in front, dot that in there, and get in my box of, not my major box of tricks, but a small box of tricks. I shall just, with my tweezers, just push that closer. And once it's got the glue on it, just move it a little bit closer to where I want that. Although it says on the inside it's the left foot, the way I was looking at it. So just so we get that toe, so I know where that position is. So when I take it off, the back foot's going to lock into there. That front toe's going to meet that piece there. So it makes a huge job easier. So you don't lose position. Now, I'll just take the Titan off. So yeah, so that's where its front foot on its left foot will go, and the back heel sits on the top there. Now I've got those positions sorted. So what I'll also do is I'll chop up some of this bits here, and I'll be scattering it around just to add to the sort of the general destruction. Now this is where this starts to sort of come together, because I take it you've seen some of the bases I've done in the past on like my Twitter or Instagram. Mostly people are here tonight are probably from Twitter anyway, because I didn't post it onto Instagram because I was running around like a complete mental case, not knowing what I was doing. I was rushing around just trying to get everything organized, so I can, plus I was the excitement of getting hold of a Warmaster, or a couple of Warmasters, because this is part of my Christmas present. Because if you wasn't aware, I was basically, for Christmas, I didn't know what I wanted. I knew that there would be some Titanicus stuff coming out because they've been bringing out kits before Christmas, like the Battle Forces. I was expecting like a Battle Force box. So I thought, I'm sure, obviously, there's been a bit of delay with Brexit and COVID. I'll hold back if I could just have like vouchers and stuff for Christmas, because it's all well and good like asking for stuff for Christmas, but if you're not really what you want, it's wasteful. So I'd rather like have like Games Workshop vouchers or money or whatever, and I'll put it to one side, and then when the stuff I want comes out, I've got the money there or vouchers there to get it. So I did that, and I've held on for 4 months for my main Christmas presents. I've got some little bits, don't worry. I wasn't just sitting there like little Timmy just looking through people's windows. But these were my main presents, and I'm glad that I did, because I've got a couple of these guys. I got a couple of box sets of the precept and the rule book. So and obviously in between now and then, any money I did have spare, I put to one side, because I thought just make sure I've got enough to cover everything that I wanted, and that happened. Everything's groovy in the world. Well, in my hobby world anyway. Yeah, great Christmas. This will hopefully keep me occupied for a little while. Now, I don't know about you guys as well, but with rubbling, because a lot of people, when they've seen bases I've done, they've thought it's like 3D printed or anything like that, and they're generally not. It's just a case of, as I say, making lots of little rebar bits. Okay, fine. I'll show you what I mean with these. Get that into position. So, oh, damn it. Blew too hard. Right, so with the rebar, just laying them down and crossing them over like that, and then with extra rubbly bits around, gives it something that breaks it all up but ties it all together as well. So it's not just stones. You've got, like where something's been blown down, bits of, girder has gone flying somewhere and accumulated there. And luckily, I judged that just right, because that will actually also mark where the front foot of its right leg is. So there you go. So that sort of helps lock that position quite nicely now. So now I know where its front toes are and where its obviously other foot will be. I can work around that. Sorry, I can work around that by adding other bits of plastic, which I will cut off with. And what I normally use, obviously big clippers, sprue. So get a piece there without any nubbins if possible. So just a normal bit of sprue. But then I will cut that in half. So split them down. I cut either end. Line it up. Like that. So you want to make it as random as possible. You like to make sure that your bases tell a story. I love doing terrain best, actually. We all have our little bits. I used to be a very anti-basing. I just do the basic basing whenever possible. So like on all my sort of marines and stuff, unless it came with a scenic base, it just got texture paint or or whatever on it, basically. But since AT came out and the Civitas, and then one crazy idea was to just start hacking up spare bits, because I'd built all the buildings from the Grandmaster set pretty much, and I thought, right, I'll do something with these other bits, and lo and behold, I thought, all right, I'll cut up a building or two and made my own little ruins, because on Titans in particular, having something to show its size really does make a huge difference to the perspective of the model. So having that on there, like a little building, like the small buildings from the Civitas kit work the best, because the big ones are a real pain because of the detailing, cutting through them. I've used a couple of the bigger like spire bits where I've hacked and cut through, and it's like a burnt out sort of like tower or something, bombed out tower. But the little ones really do make a job really, really easy to muck about with. And cutting off bits of sprue that has been chopped up and then regurgitated onto the actual base in random positions just adds to the overall effect and look. And I say I use the stuff because that needle, getting the glue where you want it, very bloody handy. I like also use like generally use like Loctite precision super glue for the same basis really. You have all your buildings from that as well, not painted or made into terrain, thinking about how I want to go about it. Yeah, I know, like you get the instructions, which, yeah, you can make those buildings there, but like my first building I built was like my interpretation of the, Notre Dame. I just thought, right, okay, if I use those bits there and just go at it, and yeah, it turned out okay. I could do another one that would look even more impressive, because I just, kept it simple, little towers at the front and then bits at the side, and then you've got those little archway bits you can just add in, which add to it quite nicely. I think that the tallest building I actually done stands at 1 foot tall. It's like my Taj Khalifa, is it? The tallest building in the world out in Saudi Arabia or Qatar. Having that is 1 foot tall, so you can stick a warlord behind it. You'll go at -2 to hit though, because you definitely need to have some decent scenery to play this game. Because if you just have Titans on an empty table, it's going to get boring really quick. Having those buildings there for them to hide behind, especially like knights, because everyone goes, "Oh, volcano cannons." Well, you can't see them. You can't exactly shoot them. You can shoot the building, but you might scatter off. But being able to sort of get up to an enemy is quite important for the old little knights, bless them. And to be honest, I've had instances in games where 3 Questoris knights have altered an enemy's battle plan just for being there. Okay, so as I say, I'm making the little rebar bits and making these little crosses, so they're like leaning on each other with the glue. But you have several of them onto the base will make them look quite authentic. Because when you look at pictures of war zones, there's rubbish everywhere. needed that. Right. So I'll get some more of the sprue. Nice bit of sprue. That's a nice bit of sprue. Now with this one, instead of doing what I did last time, so Mr. Sprue, I'm going to be cutting it at angles and rotating it to cut at different angles. So it is sort of doing random angled rocks of rubble. If you do get a big one, just cut it down. And just continue to do that through the whole piece. Because again, you've got to mix up your rubble to give it a little bit more authenticity. Because if it's all uniform, it's not going to look real, if you know what I mean. And then just randomly deposit these bits. If you've got more of a flatter edge from obviously the machined finished part, try and get that on the bottom because you want as rough a look as possible. Get down. Oh, dropped it. Oh, there you are. Yeah, it's really hard going when your piece of rubble blends in with the other bits of rubble, so you can't actually see the bloody thing. Get that in there. Come on, get in. And right, I'll show you a little progress in a moment once I've got these few bits into position, because I want it. See? Oh. Oops. Don't just hate it when you just clip that bit and don't hold on to it properly and it flies away somewhere. It's never good. Yeah, oh yeah, you obviously trying to find your weapons. That, but that was we're blaming the cat, right? We're blaming the cat on that one for loss of weapons. Yeah, you can get some real good distance, and I think sometimes you just go, "Wow, that was pretty impressive." Went all the way over there. You just pinch it just right. Just check. Yeah. So just double checking so I'm not putting rubble underneath where the feet are going. Right, I've just taken the tighten off so I can actually see what I'm doing a bit better to make it a little bit more. That's it. Get that down there. All right, and just double check again. That's right. Yeah, that bit there is a little bit too close for my liking. That'll do there. All right. So lifting up. Definite culprit. Yeah. Right. So hold that close there. So right. So you can see the random parts that I've been clipping and propping into place on the base. So that will give you a more higher, because when you put the sand part into this whole thing, that's a bit better. It gives a nice bit of height there. You can see where the rebar bits, where the front toes are, so you know where they're in place. And then say like with the little cross sections, it's just like randomly placing them. It does really just help out to make it look that little bit more authentic. Because you're going to have strange piles of crap. There's been times where I've also incorporated putting like Titan body parts and stuff. Like the easiest one to do is put Warhounds onto bases, because you get so many spare parts with the Warhound kit, like with the spare head. Obviously you don't get the bottom part of it, but you don't need it if you could have that head crushed down into the floor. And then you, with the carapace, I always sort of cut a little sort of line into the actual side part so I can bend them up so it looks like it's crashed down and it's just flat them up a bit, and then I'll cover that with like sand or piping or anything like that, just to get it lower, because you want the face down as if it's like fallen forward, and you build up some sand around it so it's like, you know, proper nosedive as it's been taken out by some massive weapon of destruction from one of its big cousins. So it just adds to the you know, effect, and then obviously normally having a Titan standing on top of the fallen Titan always is fun to do, because you normally get to paint them up in a Titan Legio that you don't, not necessarily, I wouldn't say you don't like, but an enemy Titan Legio. So that way you get to experiment with paint schemes, because you think like, oh, I might do this later down the line, and yeah, it's, those extra carapace cover things. Yeah, you've got 4 in a box, so you know, depending on which way you're going and which ones you use, you want to have spare left over. But having them put down just takes up a nice little feature, and having your Titan standing on top of it just looks absolutely badass. So I'm get these last few bits in, and then what I will do as well is I'll show you what I do with the I'll get that down there, with the sand basing part. All right, I've got a few more bits I just got to slam down with the plastic. Get them in place if I can. Yeah, that's looking good. And that's that. Right, double check. So it's always, as I say, good to make sure everything is in position, because otherwise you're really going to stuff yourself up. Right, super glue time. Now with basing, I just get the cheap big tub stuff from like you can get from like Screwfix and any good sort of DIY store or what have you. That's fair bit. Right, so I'll put some on, and then I'll show you the sort of effect you're going to get with this. So this is the fun part, because I'm keeping the feet in place so I can see where it is, and I gradually creep towards with the super glue, but being mindful not to go too close, because obviously the stuff has a tendency to move on its own. The slightest assistance, or because I don't use gel, is obviously is a very liquidy, so you just got to be a little bit careful. So you want to make sure you get a nice amount in, but it's more the case like it doesn't really matter with the rubble. It's more avoiding the feet, so you don't screw the pooch, so to speak. Right, so I'll just do a little section now. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to slide a card underneath, because I'm scattering, because then I can just get what I've missed and put them back on and into the pot. So always recycling. And I'm not going to do the chef kiss thing, Andrew, because I need to have a bit more control on this. Oh, hello, Scott. No, I'm still going, mate. I'm actually just doing the base because this is how I roll. Because I can't move on until I make sure that the base is all nice and done. So, right, so let's get light back over. So that's the sand mix with the bicarbonate soda. So it dries, it's touch dry straight away. But it gives you a nice bit of texture there. As I said, you can repeatedly go over this with that to build up layers, which will give you more texture and more awesomeness. And also, like, you've got the big rocks that are part of the sand mix as well, just getting in there as well. What you can also do with that bicarb is if you've got a biggish rock and it's not quite stuck on, you super glue around it and then just throw some. So how can you say neat neat bicarb? Oh yeah, just get a bit of bicarb on there because then it will basically just get in there, rock solid, set in seconds. That rock boulder, whatever, is not moving, but it keeps with the feel of the actual base, which is what you're after, really. You don't want to sort of make it look too odd. So I'll now just do a few more bits so see it all come together. I'm glad you're actually getting something out of this mouse bait, because it's what it's all about, really. Wanting to help out, and people have been asking me about doing videos for my bases and stuff, and I have done videos, and there's been I don't know whether or not with real life and lockdown and whatever, I haven't been able to get them uploaded. For some reason, it just wouldn't, because I was transferring them over to Sam's. I can't remember. It was trying to send it over to Dropbox or something, so it could be uploaded onto Adobe for doing editing and stuff. But it just wouldn't work for some reason. So after a while, you just get a little bit disheartened. So I stopped. But I have got videos that I've done. It's just getting them loaded up. Now I've got a computer I could work with. It's just now I'm back to work. It's getting the time to actually do it. So hopefully I will get some more in. And as Scott, Artist Empire, who popped in here, can verify, when we do our little broadcasts on a Wednesday night, we basically just fly by the seat of our pants. I find it easier to work that way because I like to talk, as you've already know, but it just works. And we've got, I think it's safe to say, we've got quite a good little online on-screen relationship going on there. So it does make it more fun, and that's what it's all about. So actually bring that back in. So I added some more, so onto the front now. So as you can see, I'm gradually going around, not quite up to the toes, because you've got to give them that space for when you are actually going to glue them in and stick them down, and not stick them down now, because as I said, if I put the bicarb with that, it's going to just set and it's not going to come off. But yeah, so it's just literally just do section by section. What you can do as well, after you've glued them in, because it is still quite powdery, with a spare brush, just go over it and just get off any extra, or see, tap, but just give it a little brush over. It will lose the whiteness, but you'll see all the undulation in the actual where the bicarb is set. So I should get this base done. Keep on moving the light too far over. But so it's just with that, the grains make such a huge difference to how the overall aesthetic looks. And with your little pinch, you just get a bit of thick grain, bit of thin grain, tap, and then that's another section done. Yeah, they're chunky legs. So this is the Warmaster I was been talking about for the last couple of weeks on the stream. All my little Christmas presents turned up. So they're all here now. I've got to find places to actually store them, because otherwise I'll only get shouted at, and we don't like getting shouted at. But once they're built, I can put them into their little storages. I've still got to decide on what Legios these Titans are going into. Thick boy, yeah. Because I was in, well, I am. I'm not. I haven't actually checked in with the other guys. I was doing a sort of a secret project, a Titan Legio project. It was my 9th Legio, which was going to be a Black Shield one. I've done one Titan for it, but the other guys, because they're very busy people, so it's. And it was going to be a long-term project, and as you know, I do tend, when obviously not with this guy because this is a new experience altogether, but once I've gotten the hook of something, I tend to sort of just zoom through and get stuff done. And there you go, some big bits. So I didn't want to sort of go shooting ahead and like do a whole sort of like battle force before anyone else had done another one. So I've been deliberately pacing myself and holding off on going absolutely crazy and getting a Titan Legio done, because I'd rather take the time with that one as well. I've actually enjoyed the one I did do. Is a sort of well, obviously being a Black Shield, I've gone with like my own styling and coloration. I did actually do the scheme as a test scheme before I done my Legio Ozidax last year. Tap tap tap. So I know what I'm doing with it. So, and that's half the thing with like mouse bait. Once you've got your scheme, once you've found the scheme that you like, it's so much easier to work with them. It's just getting to that point where you can actually just forge ahead and get it painted to the stylings that you're after. Right, so a bit around the side. So I'm just chugging even through these bits. Right. Now, what I'm probably going to have to do in a minute is I need to get another proper drink. Now, as I said, I'll just disappear for probably a minute. So I'll leave the stream on and then I'll shoot straight back and continue because I'm actually quite enjoying this. Because like most of you know, when you get those little hobby, War must have been named Dave now. What the hell? You completely threw me off there, Mousebait. Yeah, so I'm just gonna do this bit here, So if you don't mind just hanging on for a minute, I'm just gonna, because I'm in Sam's office, which is at the bottom of the garden, because this is where all the computers and stuff are for doing this little stream. So I've just got to run back to the house, grab myself a drink, and I'll be straight back. So yeah, I'll be about a minute. So stay right there. And we're back again. I bought 2 drinks. So sorry about that. Had to nip off to get some extra added refreshment because I'm doing a lot of talking. Oh, Edwin. Oh, hello. Did you get all your stuff? I think I saw you post up that you got some bits, but I'm not sure. There was a lot of people posting up photographs of their toys that they got today. Oh. Now what's going on here? Yes, you did, Edwin. I did. Oh, I got the how. Oh, now I've got the Dave reference. Sorry. Yes, Dave. Yeah, creepy computers always are always never a good thing to have. They have a tendency to end up dead. I think I'll just actually right, let's pop this out. Yeah, I was wondering why you was calling Call of Titan Dave. Oh, Sal, was that 2010, wasn't it? Yes, Sal's the safe one. Better than Hal. Although, yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, I no, I'm not. I'm not going to comment just in case Hal is listening. But no, I actually, I really enjoyed 2010. Obviously, everything was made up obviously with 2001 with Kubrick and being it's the great piece of filmmaking cinema and everything. But I really did enjoy. I think obviously you got was it Roy Schneider, John Lithgow, and Helen Mirren in the sort of 80s, mid-80s film. What was that? Yeah, I can't remember. Someone else, like another popular actor, but I can't remember who it is now. But yeah, I actually really enjoyed that. I like the whole idea, and I think because it had a similar sort of look to like Alien, like the spaceships in particular, when they're sort of on the Russian ship, because the Russians were going to have their spaceship built and ready to go to Jupiter to find the Discovery, wasn't it? But yeah, it's the getting them to work together and the pressure of everything going off back on Earth, because you had like Cold War tensions in space, and then like, oh, you can't come on our ship. It's our ship. It's American territory. But yeah, it all added to quite a really good, interesting movie. And as I said, everyone in it were absolutely awesome. But yeah, I won't spoil it for anyone who hasn't actually watched it. But yeah, with the book, I never read the books. I've only ever watched the films. Although 2001, I watched that. Oh God, donkey's years. Last millennium was the last time I actually watched it. And obviously, it just gets, obviously the last part where it just gets really trippy. But you know why they're doing it, and the whole thing that's going on with the Star Child birth and everything. And Dave, yes, Dave. But yeah, so because I know there was, how many other books was there? I know there was 3001. And I think they was trying to do like a TV movie of that. But yeah. The conflict. Yeah, and that was the thing. It wasn't really Hal's fault. It was just basically everything he was being told, and it just interpreted as best it could. So everyone obviously makes Hal to be a psycho killer. Okay, there was deaths involved, but yeah, it's not as clear cut as say Android Ash in Alien. Going a little bit, he wasn't old Hyperdyne model was always a bit twitchy. That one had orders and it was fulfilling them, and they didn't know it was an android in the first place. So that's never good. Not knowing who you're working with, especially when it's being detrimental to your life expectancy. Yeah. We just let them on board. Let this alien xenomorph impregnated one of our crew members, and then letting that loose and go around and kill everyone. Right. I've just got a little bit to do over here, and then I'll show you how this is gone. Come on, super glue. You're not. I know you've got plenty in there. And then chef kiss. Yeah, no. So there's 4. Yeah, I know there was 3001, but I don't know what the what number they went with the other one. Right. So feet in position. Right. So there you go. You can see that, okay. So as I said, like with the spaces around the feet, they'll be dealt with when I actually get to gluing it down, because I will just coat all those dark areas where the feet go with super glue, plonk this thing down onto it, and then go over it with the bicarbonate soda, and that will just lock that into position. It's not going to move anywhere. But as you can see with the rubble, so the plastic bits in the middle there, a bit better. The building, so you fill in the insides with lots of offcuts and bits of plastic. As I say, you just mix it all up. You might see around here, around this side bit here, where you've got the gap between the building and the base. I'll put super glue into that, and that will just be filled out quite nicely. I think I'll have to pop that hole a little bit because I think I've gunked it up. So what's here? Yeah, back on the 2010 where the arguments are going off, and that's what adds to the tension where they've got to ship off into the Discovery. What was it? Leonid Brezhnev, the name of the ship. They actually named it after one of their former presidents. I may be just making that up. But yeah, so the rising tensions, that sort of animosity between the two crews and all that sort of thing. And you had that really nice Russian guy who was made friends with John Lithgow's character, sort of thing. And I'm not going to say anything more about that because he was really quite nice. He was really like friendly Russian, and he got on really well with John Lithgow. Because John Lithgow's character was a little bit of a stick up the butt type guy, but he warmed up with the sort of the friendship they got there. Hal did nothing wrong. No, he didn't really. Just got confused, and there was some deaths. With Alien, if only they followed quarantine, which Ripley was saying, no, I can't let you in. You got to do quarantine, and then some asshat of a cybernetic construction overruled scientific reasons. Yes, if only they knew. If only they knew. 2001, 2010, 2061. All right, I've done it. I thought it was further, but yeah, I knew 3001, but I didn't know 2061. So he's very man out of his time and much else. Yeah. Leonov. Thank you, Andrew. I knew it was. That's why I said with the Leonov. As I say, and again, the whole aesthetic, as I said, of the ships reminded me of like Alien and Aliens, and so that's just like, again, it just keeps that same sort of universe feel. So Edwin, with earlier on, these legs are monumentally very adjustable. The pistons at the back have nubs. You can cut the nubs off, so that can go up and down. You've got movement in this section. Let's get the light over. So in the sections here, it's like a ball joint in between these two sections, so you can maneuver it a little bit around there. So you've got maneuverability there and there. So the maneuverability, take the nub off the foot, you can move. The feet are independent and they've got nubs, so you can take the nubs off and you can angle them. So you can get a whole range of poses with these feet. The posability on this is the most posable one out of all the Titans, because you've got so many things you can tweak to adjust. So obviously, normally, like most Titans, you've either got just the groin sections here, and maybe the knees, like on Warlords and Reavers in particular. You can just adjust them. But you've got obviously the ankles, you've got the toes, you've got the pistons at the back, which you can obviously lift these up, move them down. So much maneuverability. It is really impressive. And I've mentioned Christopher Drew, who's like the main guy who's designing all these Titans and creating these Titans, has done an epically awesome job with this. It is. I said this is just the legs section, and it is just phenomenal. So once you get started on yours, I'm sure that you're going to have as much fun as I am with this little puppy. So I'm just going to finish with that, filling in those bits there with super glue and the bicarb. such a great little thing to use because it just fills in all the nooks and crannies really, really well. And dries as hard as concrete, which is always good, especially when you want it to be secure. So, all right, yeah, no worries, mate. Thank you for hanging out, and I say I'm going to keep on going with this anyway, because, as I said, I'm having a lot of fun just building and just filling in these bits at the moment. So enjoy your foodage, and hopefully see you back in a little while. All right, so bits around the front. So, all right, a few more bits on here. So that's pretty much all I'm going to do with the base, apart from just double check, because as I said, with this mix of sands and bicarb, it really does sort of help to give a nice sort of undulation. So without the tighten on it. So you can see with the plastic bits in, the extra rubble parts as well. It's filled in around the sides there. And then there. I also did on the inside parts here. Actually, I just noticed there's I can see daylight. I can see daylight, so that's got to go. Get some. Oh, I stuck myself. Get that bicarb in there, and that fills that hole. Nice. Try to get better. So there you go. So you can see the little rebar bits that you got there, which was cut off of the roof sections. Yeah, that's the thing about Alien, isn't it? It's like, oh yeah, we've got a warning, a distress signal. Let's go down there, and oh look, we've had an alien spaceship. Oh, let's go in there. Yeah, that's fine. It'll be fine. Everything's okay. Oh, look at these funky lights. What's down that hole? And then bang, alien to the face. Yeah, I don't think. Obviously, they're in hazmat suits. Wouldn't have helped against a face hugger. Those things are lethal. I've seen the movies. You know, straight on your face. But yep. So that's the basing section done for now. And so yeah. So that's standing quite nicely. So yeah, it's a little butt gun. Pew pew. So I've just got to finish off on the leg sections. They've got two little bits on each leg to go on, and then we can move onwards. So 28, 28. Yeah, but 28s. Ah, there we are. Yeah, all 4 28s. So pop and pop. And where's those other two? Lost them. I just saw them and lost them again. Get down now. And that. So tidy them off. Yeah, so like with the whole Alien franchise, so the first one, because there was a lot of talk recently online where saying about horror movies in space. Oh, you can't have a horror movie in space. Well, it doesn't matter if it's it's sci-fi. It's still a horror movie sort of thing. So it's sci-fi horror. But yeah, it's still a sci-fi. It doesn't really matter where it's set, you know. Like when you see like horror movies based in like ye olde past, they're not called like like historical movies, are they? They're still a horror movie. There's no sort of like time or place that's exclusive. Well, yeah, I was going to say Hammer horror, but obviously that's yeah, it's not just a Hammer House of Horror. That was it, wasn't it? So yeah, it was all that was a bit ridiculous, but yeah, no, it was obviously alien horror. Then you've got the sort of action-packed sequel, which how you get mentioned all the time, like how good was Aliens, and it was a sequel that was as good, although it's not the same thing. It was as good as the original, because normally it was always the second movie would never be as great, sort of thing. And it's only happened on a few franchises. So obviously Star Wars, the second one is awesome, although it's the fifth one. Then Aliens is, although vastly different, is such a great movie. It's like Alien 3. Now, that to me, well, it's not a horror. It's sci-fi thriller in a way, even though it's not. I didn't mind 3, but it would have been better if they couldn't do anything about New unless they recast her. But killing off Hicks, that was just wrong. That was so wrong. And yes, we will not talk anymore about Alien 3. Alien 4, I also enjoyed, mostly because of like Ron Perlman and Michael Wincott, as well as obviously Sigourney being like such a sort of like predatory badass. The whole thing with the basketball court. It's just like, yeah, she's obviously learned from Hudson and become an ultimate badass, because it's just, and she'd done that for real as well. She actually learned and done that, which was even more impressive. But yeah, like Ripley's is just so awesome a character, and for all the crap that she's been through as well, bless her. She's done all right for herself, bless. Oh, you almost got away, didn't you, you cheeky little scamp? Get back in. Yeah, I'll say all the characters in that in 4 was interesting to the most part. They had a little bit of development. I think there was only a couple of characters that didn't really get much. And Brad Dourif, with his usual psychoticness, was it's a beautiful, beautiful butterfly. Okay. It's going to rip your head off next. But yeah, it was, as I say, certain films. I just miss Hicks. Although I did like it that he appeared in the computer games. They brought him back as if number 3 didn't actually exist, which is crazy. It was a good film. Charles Dance was awesome in it. Right, so let's. Yes, Andrew. The original Aliens versus Predator story would have been so much more awesome if they actually used that instead of what they did use. Yeah, no, that was that whole idea of like obviously the character, the main character in the cartoon series, like obviously her settlement colony or whatever you want to call it gets like absolutely done in by aliens because the Yorja or the predators decide to have a hunt there, and obviously send down the alien eggs to hatch and become big aliens, and then they go and hunt them, and they called them hard meat, and they call humans soft meat because I am assuming they're a lot easier to kill, whereas aliens are more difficult. But yeah, having that her go through and fight the aliens, have a dust up with the predators, and then team up with one of them, broken tusk, and then how that all ended up as well at the very end of that comic series was really cool. And if they'd done aliens and predator versus like that and had the right woman for the job, that would have just been amazing. I to be honest, like with Predators, I haven't seen Predators. I don't think I've even seen like AVP. What was it, Requiem? So yeah. Yeah. Alien versus Predator game. Yeah. Who plays the Colonial Marines in that? You go auto Predator, or you go auto Alien, because aliens are sneaky little sods. Because that's the sound we all know aliens go as they go along, very quiet, like whispers. Right. So legs are all taken care of, and now we do some struts. This thing's got struts. Lots of struts, or 3 struts at the front of each, and you've got the little foot armour. Well, that's different. I should have realised that because of the little gaps that it's got on there. Right. Oh, you still got that comic? Yeah, I've really got to look. I've still got boxes with comics in. I don't think I've got Aliens versus Predators still. I think because I got them when they first came out, and I've had several moves since then, and they are probably living in a pit somewhere, unfortunately. All right, so leg pistons. We all love leg pistons, don't we? Everyone love leg pistons out there? Yeah, Alien Isolation. I have heard, especially as it's a creepy as hell game to play, because it does sort of deliver on that whole suspense element of Aliens, where you're trying to hide out the way. And I remember one of my friends, who's also called Lee, he was playing it and he was putting up screen caps, like when he was hiding under a coffee table when an alien walking past. So yeah, it's been, and I say a few other people have been mentioning it recently as well. About, I'm not sure if it's on Xbox, if it's on free to download as of yet. It might be on Game Pass. Then I've only been playing Destiny recently on Xbox, but I haven't really been playing a lot of that either. So even though I was doing one of the seasons on Destiny and chomping up my like level, I was doing it on my own and with random sort of things. So Xbox is definitely a system for hanging out with friends and buddies. Yeah, I know. It's quite, seeing your name in the chat is quite different. I feel quite lonely at times, but I've got, so Andrew's been here for a good while now. Edvin's here. You're here. Mousebait been here for a long time. Bless her. Vimto popped in, who's somebody who was on Twitter conversation the other week where we were talking about football exploits. So that was interesting. I thought, oh, but he is a hobbyist as well, so that was cool. As he said, the hobby is his midlife crisis. Worse ones to have, I guess. But yeah, unlike you, Scott, I don't have all the technical wizardry of basically inviting people to inviting people in to chat. So, and this is very impromptu. That's why I only decided to do this this afternoon. If you haven't already started by Titans with all the exposure you've had to Titans with our streams on Wednesdays, I'm not doing my job right. You should be buying Titans. How have you not bought Titans already? I just can't believe that. I know for a fact that I have influenced a number of people into buying stuff they weren't expecting to be buying. So, this is my purpose, is to help people decide that Titans is the way to go, because they are just so awesome. They really are. And as I was saying earlier, Scott, as soon as you get one and you build it, and you just see it sitting there before you, and you're going, "I've just built a Warlord Titan." It's just awesome. Right. So yeah, so these little bits will just sit in there quite nicely. Lovely little fit. They're all the same one, so I can put whichever one I want wherever I want. So if I just do them now, get them into position. So I always put the bottom section glue in first. Just verify what I'm doing, and then just put a little blob on the top. Sink it in the hole. Get in the hole! And just line it up so it looks appropriately set. I mean, I was eyeballing Forge World all through my early hobbyist days, fantasizing getting a Warhound one day. Yeah, I remember going to work and sitting whilst at lunch, looking through the Forge World catalogue at all the models I would like to have. You know, you're sitting there eating, sausage sandwich or sausage baguette or whatever, and just daydreaming at work. You're thinking, "Oh, that would be so awesome." But what is awesome is when you actually do get your first Warhound, Reaver, Warlord, and take it home and be like a proud parent as you hug that box. Look what I've got. I've been fortunate to obviously be able to get myself Titans and Knights. But I've also been able to my first Warhound, funnily enough, I built not for me. It was for a friend's birthday because everybody all chipped in. It was their 30th birthday, and everyone chipped in. And I said, "Look, I'll volunteer to build and paint it," because I'd built my Reaver Iracundus already. And I wasn't initially a big fan of the Warhound, but that changed after I built one, and I thought these look really, really cool, and they do, and they're so they are really characterful engines to have. And when you get them loaded up, you know, magnetizing the arms and stuff for the weapons, just glorious. And getting to play with them as well is even better, especially like Titan Owners Club. Yeah, well, there was a lot of people chipping in. Like I think, like her brother chipped in obviously a bit more, as brothers do. It was him who brought it to everyone. But like loads of people, like, you know, chipping in a 10 or 20 quid sort of thing. And when you've got a lot, you know, a lot of people throwing money into it for a birthday, you know, it really adds up. And got all the weapons, got all the bits, and it covered the postage to send it from, because obviously it was delivered to me from Forge World. I built and painted it, and then I had to post it off to my friend, Liam, who basically then took it with him to when they had their get together for her birthday party, sort of thing. So it was awesome, and everyone was really pleased to be involved, and it turned out to be a really nice hobby project. Yeah, the old armor cast one. My friend Mike has armor cast Reaver and Warhound. Because that was the thing. Even though they haven't built them in years, because armor cast was still associated with Games Workshop, you were still allowed to play with armor cast in like stores and stuff, because of the association. Right, so that's those little gubbins done. So those little bottom struts. And I think the last thing I've got to do now with the leg sections, I might even have to get another sprue, because I can't see those little gubbins on that one. So where the hell are those little gubbins? Oh, C sprue. Would help if I knew. I haven't labelled C sprue. That's weapons. That's a bit weird. There's those. No. Whoa. Whoopsie doodle. Oh, there they are. Sorry, yeah. Armor plates. 4 there. How many? Oh, they've only got 4. Okay. Or have they? C1. Yeah, they've only got 4. That's fine. Yeah, so the on the bottom of the feet, you've got these little armor plates that have to go down on the backs of the feet. So there's none on the front, but they're on the back. So much like the bum bolter. So extra armor to the rear and extra ordnance to the rear, from the rear. Right, so let's tidy those bits up there. That's that. Are you, Scott, are you actually doing any painting on the streamy type variety tonight, or are you having a night off? Let's do this. Which way? Oh, okay, that way. Okay. Right, I better put that in. Right, position. Right, okay, first emergency. I've got to do some extra damage to the Cuban hill part because the plate won't fit in otherwise. Which way are they going? Like that. Right, yes. So this is going to be interesting. He says, as he's trying to make this bit. Right. Right. Yes. Let's glue that into place. A bit weird, these little bits, but they go on, they go on. Oh, just glued my finger. Great, well done. This will be a tricky one. Get that in, that down there. Oh no, it says it was tricky. Easiest one so far. That's it. Move that. Yeah. So with these armor plates, because they're like just like a sort of skirt shield, so they just flap down. Seems a bit weird, but hey ho, we do what we must to make these Titans awesome. Get that in there. So, yep. So you can see, get the light on it. So that's where these rear flappy plates go. So they don't have to be at a set position because as they come down, they would spread out with the footfall. So there's no right or wrong way of putting them as long as it just fits into place. So you can't really muck them up too much. Yeah, no worries, Edwin, mate. Thank you for joining me today. It's nice to have you here and to get an idea of how this big boy is going to come together for you. And I'm sure you'll have as much fun as I am having. But look at that. Look at that. It's monstrously big. It's got big feet. Such a nice bloody kit. I say just brilliant. Yeah, no worries. I'll look forward to seeing your pictures of your progress as well. So don't forget to tag me in them, and I can check them when I'm at work and all sad and lonely. And take care of yourself, man. Right. So next stage you were saying about putting the armor plates on. So we're not going to do that because armor plates always go on last with these. Because yes, otherwise you're just going to make a complete mess. Also with the shin guards, because you've got the little front shins, you've got the gun sections. I don't think they actually have any effect in game, so it doesn't really matter if you do go with the sort of grilly bits or the gummy bits. It's just going to be personal preference if you want them, if you want them both in there or whatever. So I might, from the pick, well, I don't know because this one's going to be for Solaria, so I'll decide on that when I get round to doing the shins. Oh, thanks, Edwin. So, right, let's get on to step 25, which is torso. So, what's that? Leave that there. Right, torso. So, B. So that's going to be. That's going to be. The BB. It's going to be this bit. Right, so that's your B sprue. So this is going to be the majority main part of the torso area. So B1. Definitely haven't seen any. Yeah, so there's no marking to say this is B, but obviously it's just a case of just identifying the piece that you've got to hand. So with that, and then B2. Talking about, there is a B. There's a B right there. There's the B. Check that one. No. Oh, no, but that's not important now. So this has actually got all the little plasma weaponry on here, AA mounts on there, turbo lasers, inferno cannons, and missile pods. From what I know, the missile pods aren't like, well, the Apocalypse missiles, they're not as same as like a Reaver. You only get like 4 shots with these, and that's because these shoulder mounted weaponry that you have is Warhound class. So the Reaver has 5 missiles out of its launcher, but if the Warhound had Apocalypse missile launchers, they would only have 4. So I don't know, smaller yield, smaller pod, whatever. So that's why when you look at the sort of rules for them, or the so where we got, yeah. So actually, yeah, it's only got 3 shots on them, and it's because they are a smaller class of Apocalypse launcher, because they would be deemed as Warhound class. So that's why, because you're always going to have people, why has it only got 3 shots? They should have 5. Well, because it's a smaller version of the same thing. And that's why the big ones have 10 shots. So bigger is better, but it's all a case of throwing stuff out at people. Where's this piece? So piece B3. Oh, there it is. Because I had it reversed, I couldn't actually see the damn thing. So that's that. This side. So tidy up. So gently get that off. And now, as I was saying earlier on, if you've just popped in, always clean as I go, as best I can, because there's nothing worse than seeing something you've missed later on. And that. Right, so trying a B2 into B1. Every time I say that, I keep on thinking of Bananas in Pyjamas, which was a kids show over here, which I think might have even been Australian based, because the bananas in question talked with a Australian accent. So I slip that in there, and then that little bit goes in the bottom here. Pop, B, sorry, B4. Why are we B4? B4. Oh, those pieces. Right. Side mounts for this. I'm assuming this is going to be where the head goes. Oh no, it's not going to go where the head goes, because that's B10 is where the head will go. And strangely enough, I haven't even I haven't even looked for heads yet. I must be on the way. Right, stop babbling. Get building. So get that, and that, and that. Put that into place. And all nice and neat. So dry. It just goes together so well. Really, 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 really nice. So, oh. There you go. Make sure it's the right way round. Always handy that. That. And there. So whatever this section is going to be, it looks like a smiley face there. Hello. So that's, yeah. These look like the sides of the, yeah, so that's the rear of the main torso. And then we've got to do 2 parts for the sides. So B6 and B7. Oh, it's B9. Okay. That's a 6. No, it's a 9. I didn't have the underscore. Oh, they do. It's right on the edge of the actual bit of plastic. So you can, unless you look at it properly, you won't see it. But then obviously you won't go together now. And B6. Get you out. And that. So, little side door. That's crazy detail. So I was wondering, because it didn't look like a rear door on the back part. So obviously in here you get 2 doors. Right, head. Yeah, with the Solaria one, I haven't really thought a whole lot about it. I know it's not going to be the sort of Titanic Knight one, because that's going to go with my Ignitum one, and I don't think it's going to go for the Smoothie Face one. If I can find the parts. Right. Yeah, so first Solaria, I might be going for that one for the Solaria. Although I might actually go for that sort of I might actually go for that one, because that, well, the faceplate. So you make the head, and then you can just muck about with those bits. So I'll see which one feels right with this when I get to that section. Right, so this is going to be the base. That's going to be the toppy bit. So, nice and easy. So they've got little knobbly bits to go in. So knobbly bits is a technical term. So that fits in quite nicely. Nice. Do the other one while we're here. And make that all fit. Yeah, it's definitely still thinking on those heads. And see which ones will go where. Let's cut. Close to that. Bit off of there. That bit there. Get that done. So can't remember if actually, because normally with my bit more blue, Titans, I generally would name them all before I've even bought the kits and built them, but I don't think I've actually named these ones because we've been sort of waiting for them to turn up. I've just not really been thinking about them and being distracted with other stuff, like finishing off nights, etc. But yeah, really got to look into that. I'll probably do that tomorrow when I've got a spare minute to actually think about anything, because it's work tomorrow as well. As there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't draw on trees. As Cage the Elephant once said. So getting that nice and smooth. It's bound, if you don't do it, it's bound to cause a problem somewhere, because it's always the bits that you just think, no, it'll be fine, it'll be hidden. That causes issues. Just make sure you get them flat down. Oh, you're on nights, are you? Oh, that's handy. Ish. I mean, lucky I've never had to actually do nights, but I know several friends who've had to endure, the changing of sleep patterns. Right, yeah. So it depends on what Legio, because I try and keep them in character with the Legio that they're part of. So, like with Solaria, for example, they are mostly sort of Greek names. What am I doing? Put that the wrong way around. I was just fit further in there. Is that around there? No. That's it. There you go. Oh, that's better. Yeah, so normally like Greek names, deities, whereas I'm trying to think, it's Krytos, because like they're the god breakers. Again, I go for like really sort of like I went for sort of like, I think I went with like some sort of like mythological creatures. I'll just Google sort of random phrases that popped into my head, like ancient mythological weaponry, like magical swords or whatever. With Ozadax, for example, they actually say in the Defense of Riser book that they specifically have a naming convention, which is quite unusual for most Titans, Legios, because they don't really mention how they go about naming things. So with Ozadax, they've got like their warlord, I get mentioned. Begins with a G. Gurnaru, I think, or Ganeru, which is like a mythological creature, beast from Earth history, sort of thing. Galaru, Gelaru. So any other ones, I went again, researched up and chose names appropriately from that. Actually, I'll tell you, because I can actually just quickly look up it off. All right, yes, I have named the Warmaster. And I now remember I named this about 3 days ago whilst I was at work. So the Warlord, the Warmaster, its name shall be known as Last Shadow. And that's basically the last shadow to cast itself across you before you die, sort of thing, which was stolen blatantly from the film Avatar, because the Taruk, the big hammerhead beastie that the hero captures and mounts and rides in on all heroically. His other name is Last Shadow, because it's the last thing you see before he hit you. With the Titans, I've got Artemisia, which is actually the same name as one of the Titan conveyors for Legio Solaria, which I only realised after I named it after. Because like you hear a name, you think, that sounds cool, I like that, Artemisia, because it's Artemis, and it's the warrior women of Solaria. So Artemis, great choice there. So went Artemisia. And then in the book, you go, oh, Titan conveyor of Artemisia. Well, you can call a Titan and a Titan conveyor, same name. And with the same convention, Aphionia, which is a variation on Athena, because when you look up, they do give you different options of other interpretations of the name. And then Estrella, which is the other warlord. But then with like my Reavers, I went more sort of traditional ways, which is basically choosing some random words that sound cool and then put them into a Latin translator on Google. So you got Deus Bellerum, which is because with like Latin or High Gothic, as they like to call it in Warhammer, it is a bit of a bastardization of it. The authors will basically find a phrase and then just remove bits out to make it sound cooler. So that's like God of War, Deus Bellorum. And Animum Venari, which I think was translated to be like Spirit Warrior or something, Spirit Hunter. Tegagus Pretium. Basically, that's a playing about with the name, because I named that one after a friend of mine, Gail Price, and Catagus is a various name of Gale, and Pretium is like the price of things, or something. So just put them together, Catagus Pretium. Yeah, and then again, it's just mucking about with Latin translator on Google for cool names that sound similar to names that you would have seen in Titan Death. whereas Ignatum, again, because I'd already had my big Titans named, so it was just a case of just mucking about, really, just entering things, because on Google Translate, if you put in like sword or blade or something like that, it will give you one name like Gladius or Gladii, but then sometimes certain names will have, like, especially like vengeance. If you put vengeance in there, it will give you something for vengeance, but then it will give you options like wrath and fury, and give you the Roman names which have the different interpretations. And so you just scan through it and think, that's cool. I like that. I want to have something that has Eum at the end, or Ire, or Re, or something, and just go with that. So I mix them up. So sometimes you can have, let's say, low Gothic and high Gothic. It's purely down to you how you want it to go with it, and take it from there, really. So you can't go too far wrong, as long as you're happy with it. That's all it comes down to. It's your Titans. Make them as cool and as badass as you want. Right, okay. So that goes in now. So let's get some glue into position. Glue that on. And get some around on here as well. Andrew, are you actually working at the moment, or are you preparing to go off to work if you're doing nights? Or it depends where you are, really, I suppose, because you might be in a country and you might be in your day, in your sleep cycle. So get that in place, give that a squish, make sure it's nice and tight. Right. So not bad. A little bit of detail on those, which that just sits. I think there's going to be something else there to make it. Oh, now a big bit. We got a big bit to go on. Oh, you're at work, yeah. So let's get onto the YouTube. There's nothing wrong with that. If there's nothing much going on, you've done your important chores whilst you're there, might as well watch YouTube. See what's going on. See what's. Oh, cut that. And get on. Tidy. Be interesting to see if, obviously, when I do one of my next ones, how quickly I can go at building one of them, because it would be interesting to know for future references. Dry fit. Let's some glue. I think this the top section actually comes in like a two-piece, because the bit that's going in place now doesn't have much detail on top, so there must be extra bits like floor plates, like with the Warbringer. We have those extra parts to go onto the carapace sections. Do that on there. Nice. Squidge. Squidge it, squidge it, squidge it good. Make sure that's in place. Yeah, but that's what I was just saying, Scott, was because obviously, like with you, when you're doing your art and you get talking and you stop doing what you're doing, and that's what I've been doing as well. I did get the Loyalist book, which is right there. It is a proper chunkus munkus. And it's still in the wrapping. Yeah, that is. You could hurt someone whacking them with that. That's a Titan weapon in itself. So yeah, I might. Well, I will. I'll get it out and have a look through because I know because obviously with Ignatum, I know that they have some background and stuff in there, which is really cool and very characterful. I can see. But I would also like to read up on like Solaria and Fortidus and Ozidax because they are my other loyalists that I've got. I think it was more obviously because of Ignatum being such a big thing for me. I really wanted to see what sort of direction that they took them in, because until they've got information, you ain't got no idea. You know, you have your own preconceived ideas, but unless it's canon, you ain't got a clue. But I've seen the Ignatum fluff. Some of the bits they showed on preview on like Warhammer Community, they showed pictures of it. So it was you can see some of the stuff that's written down there, but it is really cool. It's really characterful, and it's all pretty much how I hoped they would be perceived as a Legio, as the first Legio, because that's sort of established now that they out the Triad, Ferrum, Morgalis, the first three Legios that were built and created on Mars. Ignatum was the first one to be built, or to come self-aware, or whatever, to exist, and that just makes them even more awesome. Right, B14. So you've gone from C to B to find these little bits to add on to the side of B14. Someone's there you are. I always have that. Every now and again, you always have one part that you just cannot find for the life of you. It's a curse. Had a quick look through. A bit disappointed they didn't put Volkite weapons in it. To be honest, I didn't even know of Volkite was coming out. Like I get to hear things every now and again, but Volkite and turning, obviously they've been put back to June, I think, for release. I had no idea that they were coming out, especially like for the not only the small guys but for the big guys as well. So everybody gets Volkite, so it's like chooming everything, because everybody loves to choom. the right way around. Yeah, I think with Volkites, because I've played with a Legion glaive in the games, and they are just like beam weapon, woo, and just shoot through you. Which I think you really want at the end of the day, isn't it? Right, yeah. So I've definitely done something wrong here. I've not trimmed something off, haven't I? Bloop. Now. Sold on Metallica. Yeah, there's my friend runs the Metallica Facebook group, so there is support out there, and there's a good few friends of mine actually. With Legio Metallica, the guy who runs it, Phil, is a big Metallica fan, so that's his excuse for going with Metallica. But I know Andy Hoare, who's like the head of specialist games, who brought Blood Bowl, Necromunda, Adeptus Titanicus, Aeronautica Imperialis. He is also Metallica, and they're a cool Legio. Poppy, sorry. Why is that not sitting in there? That is very annoying. This is beginning to really bug me, because it's not staying in. Yeah, as I say, with House Crash, just remember with the Heresy, they're blue and yellow, or mostly blue, with yellow accents. But yeah, they're not red with the chevrons yet. They were a Imperial house at that time, because obviously with Knight houses, they have the choice. They can freely flit between being Imperial or being Mechanicum or Mechanicus, as they come to be known later on. Right, that's a little bugger stain in there now. Thank God for that. That was a frustrating little piece. It would not sit in there. Would not stay still. Right. So that. That. Yeah, as I said, they've included obviously all the sort of Knight houses that need to be in there, which I think is a nice touch, having both Knights and Titan Legios together. Yeah, as I said, I've still not looked in the book, so that's going to be a bit of fun for me when I get the opportunity. And that should have done. Just need to make sure that the charger, that's it. Just charge that up. looks good. Excellent. So let's put that out of the way. So these are the top section where you're going to have the AA mounts plopped into. They've got some convenient holes. So AA mounts will go into there on the shoulders, on the sides of the shoulders anyway. But you've got to stick that with that for this part. Oh, too much pressure. Just pushed it too far. Can't hold together, Captain. And sometimes, obviously, with when using poly cement, you can just, as it's sort of gluing, if a little bit squidges out or something, just going over it with your hobby knife can seal up the gaps quite nicely. Also clean up a little bit of the mess. So it's just getting that nice seal on it. So, because you don't really want to have lots of gaps hanging about. Right, yeah, done that. Wow, done the whole page. Oh, I just got to stick them on top. Right. So I would say gluing on the top sections, because there's a little like recess to get the glue into. Get that in there. And here's bits. Slowly, catchy monkey. Stay close together. Smooth them down a bit. Just make sure they're all in place. Yep, that's all right. That's quite nice. Yeah, it's the same again with that. Put that glue into place there. Get that started at least. Right. And hold into place there. These little bits. Nice. Extra squishiness. Make sure you stay together, you little bugger. Clean that out. Let's squish some more. No, you stay together. That's it. Get that out. Flip the page. Flip the page again. Right, so that's what I want. And what are they? These. What's B? Oh, there they are. Yeah, because they're upside down, you can't see them. Right. And what's the other one? Oh, right, that's that. And then tidy up. Getting this together to work and to stick into this nice little pre-made fun area. Oh, so that's where the guns here. Right. It's looking good. And there's that. So that's the intakes at the front. I think it's actually got like the little bits here. I think it's where the actual shoulder mounts actually go into. Perhaps it says. Yeah, so that's the main part there. The rear exhausts. We all like a rear exhaust. I know it's like some people like paint them up with like a glowing effect. I just like to paint mine like dirty, so, like covered in soot. Because obviously they're coal powered, these things, but yeah, just like proper sort of like exhaust fumes have totally stained the hell out of them. So I've been using obviously lashings of Agrax in the past, but also use Basilicum grey, Basilicanum grey, sorry, on them to give a sort of like oily, gritty, dirty look to them. It seems to have worked so far. B19. So we B17 and B18 in first before putting your exhaust in, so just bear that in mind. B17, B18. Definitely glad I'm not timing myself. It's just to I think it was what is it? The Easy Fit Redemptor Dreadnought. I remember there was some sort of like unofficial sort of like build record set by I think Tom Walton, who was like the guy who actually designed it. But he did So when I gave it a go, it sort of felt like 8-10 minutes or something, and I gave it a go and got close to it. I think I can't remember quite exactly, but it was saying, well, to be fair, we've built loads of these, so it's like what you're doing straight away. It's like second nature. So it's just like autopilot. Oh look, I built myself another one. Although they were doing them for the for Warhammer World and that. So yes, boy got skills. And then we'll get these exhaust bits in. I can have you've got those two bits as well. Okay, so get the exhaust bits in first, and then these last two other pieces. Right. So B19 and B20 are not like a universal part, so you have to make sure you put them in the right ones. There's slight angle differences between the two, so they won't fit in. Well, they won't fit in, will they? So, so that sort of eliminates that. So yeah, I'll sneak that into the back. So they get the glue in. And so last two bits of this section, B21s, which are there. How exciting. So this is definitely a monumental kit to be building, but it has a lot of parts, but they do go together really well and really quite easily. So yeah, I haven't really found any awkward bits as such with the build so far, so that makes it a lot easier for all levels of hobbyist. It's only going to get tricky when you do different poses on the legs, because that's going to be the real crux of this whole thing. Right. Let's get this glued. There's extra bits for the rear engine manifold. Sounds pretty cool saying rear engine manifold, which is never a bad thing. So, how many of you guys watching are loyalists? How many of you traitors? How many of you have more than 2 armies? Ah, hello, you. I wondered when you were going to turn up. I should have messaged you, shouldn't I, really? My bad, but I thought you would have seen my Twitter when I put it up there. Jim, great choice of Legio there. Ignatum for the win all the time. There's a reason why the Emperor chose him as his Legio. Because they're absolute badasses. Oh, no worries, Greg, man. You know I love you. It's nice to have you here. Well, it's nice to have everyone here, to be honest with you. Yeah, well, I say I'm just going through this. Obviously, I have done a lot of talking throughout the uh, broadcast, so it has sort of stretched out everything quite considerably. But I don't mind. I say get this. Oh, this is the really nasty missiles section you've got to do. So the missile section. So those who just joined anyway. So we've got. I'll get the light on it again. So that's your legs with some base. The legs are super poseable. So little standing on some rubble, and I would just move. It's not glued in place, but I just wanted to so you can see it with on the base as such. The pistons at the back have nubs, so you can actually cut them and move them around. So the toes are also multi-positional as such, because they're like on the foot section. The central foot is not one piece, so you've got 4 little toes, and they sit onto a bar. So they have a nub on that. You can take that nub off, so you can position the feet as well. You've got the rear foot guard shield bits there. They just sit in place anyway. And then you've got the maneuverability of the legs, the thighs as well. You can put this into so many different positions. It is by far the most poseable, but it's getting the right pose. You can't like have it like just standing on one foot doing a can. Well, you could do if you wanted to, but I'm all about realism. You're not going to have a can in Warmaster. You might have a can in Phantom Titan, because there was that one of the old pictures in the old books where you see one like kicking a Titan in the face. So you go, well, if Elder can definitely do it. What else were we going to say now? Didn't think anyone else would be mad at me yet, as we said that. Will it need painting and sub-assemblies? Yes. So, like the main armor plates, I'm keeping off. So you've got enough going on with the main body anyway. Obviously, you can't do much. Like these sections have got to be on anyway. But yeah, it has also already told me to put the like over canopy bit in place. I'm reluctant to. Kind of. Oh, I think that's the bit there. Is it 18? See, no, it's not that one. Is it on there? No, it's probably on here. Oh yeah, it's on there. So you've got like the cowl part. I'd probably be reluctant to actually. No, that's it. I can put that on because I don't have to do that, because this is going to be for Solaria, Greg. So I might just do that as red, because that'll be easy to do. So I'm just going to pop that in. Yeah, I could probably do it either way, actually, thinking of that. So that's fine. Yeah, so that's going on whilst I'm here. So yeah, I wanted to get the first one done as Solaria, so I can do that. Retake that evolution photograph I did for after last year, or early last year. We had the height progress, so I might even try and squeeze in some other Oh no, I won't. I won't overcomplicate. Actually, I won't like start sticking Megaras and a Trapos into there as well. It's got enough going on with having just a Lancer or a Castus in there. But yeah, I'll definitely, schmiggly wiggly. All right. Yeah. So actually, it has two cowls. I've just noticed. So you've got the one I've just popped in there. So as it is, you can still get to the panels to paint whatever colour you wanted to put onto. But it has a secondary cowl that goes over the top. So that I'm definitely going to leave off, because then that will restrict me from getting onto the lower cowl. So that's fine. And I'll do the missile section. So that's a C, or is that a D? D. Cannot see woods through trees. That's C. Right, that's C. That's the D. So D1. Where's D1? D1. Oh, there's D1. Get you off. What was that? Dragon Mark. Dragon Loyalist Homebrew Legion for main force. Need to decide which force for the traitors. There's so many to choose from. So yeah, I generally, the way I picked my Legios. So Ignatum was always going to be the first Legio. I couldn't go Mortis because I didn't feel right about doing Mortis because of being Ignatum. I know obviously most people would do like, oh, have them mortal enemies. I couldn't. I couldn't bring myself to doing Mortis. I chose Legio Krytos because it was like a one I hadn't really heard of before at the time. But it's because their low Gothic name being Godbreakers, and that sounds amazingly hard and nasty and like proper, like full on metal. So they were going to be my loyalists, my traitors, sorry. And then Solaria happened because I met up with Guy Haley at Warhammer. It was the last Horus Heresy Weekender in 2018. Was it 2019 was the last one. And I was impressed by his paint scheme for his Solaria, as well as his writing of the book Titan Death, which is around Solaria. And so after seeing his models, I thought, I've got to do another Legio. So then I had two loyalists and one traitor. And so I decided I had to have a fourth Legio, which was based on colour initially, because I had a light green and a grey green and a red. And I thought he'd fancy doing something different. So I went with black, and I was going to do it as a I think that's when the Create a Legio rules sort of turned up, and I thought, oh, I'll do my own Legio, and then I was flicking through Dawn of Moloch, and I saw a Titan Legio with black and teal, and I quite like teal. And so I thought, I won't make my own Legio, I'll do Legio Volcanum, because then I started reading their background and I was quite interested with the whole twin thing. And yeah, so that happened. For the fourth. And then I went back to trying to think of doing a homebrew Legio. And I experimented with a scheme, and I've done it, and I thought, oh, I quite like this. And then some artwork was released from the Defence at Riser book that Louise Sugden did, which was the Legio Osidax Reaver Titan Enmity's Angel. And I just thought, I really like that scheme. It was the blue and white sort of quadrants. So again, the homebrew Legio got put to one side, and I did Legio Osidax. I was going to stop there. That's what I told myself. The next minute, Legio Audax turned up because of the Ursus claws, and because I'd already done the say on YouTube, I'd already figured out the how to do Legio Audax paint scheme, and Warhounds are really easy to build and get done quickly, and so I knocked out, 6 Warhounds reasonably quickly ish, something, and so that was the 6th Legio. And then 7th Legio suddenly just turned up because of the Crucible of Retribution and Legio Domitium, which the Unbroken Lords, and their background was really cool. It was tied in with the Fire Wasps, and I just like the thing that during the battle of the Forge World Urdesh, which was their home forge, the Ignatum had been sent there and had basically took charge of the other loyalist forces there to attack, and Domitium put up such a resolute and defiant defense of their home that Ignatum honored them by not destroying their like histories and stuff, as a martial sign of respect to this Legio that was, fought in a very much same vein as the Fire Wasp do, fight to the last and in defiance. And so they honoured them by sort of not purging them, sort of thing. So they kept their name and their honours, sort of thing, or their history anyway, because everyone was tending to go around and just destroy everything. We don't want anyone to know this ever happened, but they kept that, and I thought it was a nice and very classy move on Ignatum. But then obviously I'm going to be a bit biased in that respect. So yeah, so they became the 7th, and then I realised I had 4 traitor legios and only 3 loyalist ones. Well, that's not good for balance. So I wandered around. I asked questions on Twitter, and it was, I have to say, sort of Vincent Notley who mentioned Legio Fortidus to do, because he wanted me to find an easy way of painting them, because that's the sort of thing I do, is find cheap ways of painting. And so I experimented, and I do quite like orange anyway, and orange and white looked really cool together, and it was bound to happen. So yeah, I got the 8th Legio. Well, technically the 9th Legio, because I'd already started on the secret project Legio thing I was mentioning earlier on. But then, because they were going to be black shields, I just decided to put that to Legio 9. So there's only one Titan in Legio 9, which is the custom Legio. And then you've got 1 to 8 are 4 traitors, 4 loyalists. So it's all about balance. And with these latest Titan acquisitions, which are my Christmas presents from last Christmas, not Christmas coming, that will take my total of Titans to 99. And it's my birthday next month. So there's going to be 100 Titan. And yes. Oh, hello there, Felix. Felix Fuser. Welcome. Nice to have you here. Yes, 99. Yeah, I know it's an uneven number. Oh, hi, David. Yeah, 99. Yeah, no, well, painted, I have 86 built and painted. With the Warbringers, not Warbringers, the Warmasters, I got 3 Warmasters and 2 of the preset manifolds box sets. And that's 13 Titans. So that takes me up to 99 that I own. I only normally name the amounts that I have built and painted, but it's 99. So yeah, because I am absolutely in love with this game. I am absolutely in love with these models, and I don't really play 40k that much. Occasional little skirmish or two every now and again with Callan, but yeah, I just love this whole thing. It's just such a great game. It's fun to play, as I've mentioned loads of times on loads of places. Most notably every Wednesday on the live stream with Artist Empire. So Titans always get mentioned, and Dune always gets mentioned. So, and I'm not one to walk away from a conversation involving Titans or Dune. So yes, and as I say, if you haven't built a Titan yet, which is you, Scott, about 10 painted and 44 not finished. Well, that's going to keep you busy for a while, isn't it? So that's the main thing. Look to the future. And so I've been constantly at this since it was released in 2018. So I think lockdown helped a little bit. The manifold sets definitely helped out a lot. So like starter sets and the obviously the old battle force. And yeah, it's if you say you're doing something that you enjoy. So yeah, just every now and again get yourself a box, sit down and start it, you know. I've got a little funny story that involves my mate Phil. He's not watching. I'm sure he's not watching. He might be. I don't know. He hasn't said anything. If he was, me and him, we got them ordered. Our Grandmaster box sets from various stores. I was working the day it was being delivered to my home, and I got a video call from Phil, sort of like lunchtime, and he was all very, 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 very happy because he had a box there, and he started opening it in front of me. So I got my own private box opening session, and he was like lording it over me, going ha 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 ha, I've got mine before you, and then teasing me with its contents. It was all in good nature, so it was all fun. We always mock each other anyway. And I got home, found my box, started building, and about 9 o'clock at night, I sent him a picture saying, "Oh, look at this! This is a warlord that's been built." And he was like, "I hate you." I so hate you. And yeah, so since then, I think he actually got a friend of ours to actually build his Titans for him, because he can paint. He loves painting. He hates building, and so he done a deal with a friend that our friend Alex would build his Titans and Phil's Titans, and Phil would paint them for him, and then he'll have his Titans built, and he would paint them. And he's a really good painter. I really hate him, but he's still a long, long way behind me, bless him. But he's doing a lot of other bigger projects like Warlord and Reaver Titans of 40k scale. Oh, yeah, it's easy to get distracted, can't it, Felix? I have forgotten to count a box of 2 as well. If you're speaking to me, Felix, about them looking amazing, thank you very much. I just paint them how I like to paint them and how I want them to look. So they have to be a bit battered because they're in the middle of getting their asses handed to them by traitors or loyalists, depending on who you're talking about. But let's do this a little bit. There it is. So B23, right next to each other, even better. I'll put me little clippers. Oh, no, I'll use big ones. I like that now. Right. Well, thank you. That's really nice. It's nice to hear that obviously my addiction is helping people with their projects, and I love seeing Titans. So go through like Twitter, Instagram, and obviously certain groups on Facebook, and see all these awesome painting schemes. Because I get inspiration from seeing other people's works, and sometimes you just see something you think, I haven't tried that before. It allows you to sort of envision something different and something new that you can try with your own hobby. So it's all good. It's all learning. We have to learn something new every day. So to be honest, I haven't got to the arm sections with the magnetizing side of things. Obviously, the AA mounts have, like the Warbringer, have holes for the 5x1 magnets. I believe, from what I was told, because I saw somebody had posted on somewhere that you might need 6x2 magnets for the arms on these, because they're slightly bigger. I haven't actually. I think there's arm sections there. These bits. So let us see. handy magnets. Yeah, so the arm ones are going to be 6x2. Weapon mounts on the for the AA mounts, they are still 5x1. So, oh, Tom Payne, hello. Nice to see you. Welcome to the never-ending stream. It seems I've been going for ages. I'm just doing a little walkway with some railings. So exciting. So let's get this right. I've only made one mistake so far tonight, so that's because I was a little bit excited to be playing with the model. Which way is which? That's not working out well. Aha! Found you. So that goes in there. Yeah, Felix, I actually had to, because I only normally had 5x1s, and I use 3x2s for warhounds and reavers, for like their arm weapons. So I ordered off of eBay, I think it was, and they were there within a couple of days. So I was a very happy bunny because I had all my stuff ready for when it turned up. Right, so little ladder. Tom, as soon as you're here, so there's old leggies with the base put in. So I was sort of showing how to put them together, how I do my bases anyway. Don't worry about the black bits because obviously they're not stuck down. But when I get to painting, see feet go in there. I'll just use super glue to stick them in place, and then I'll add bicarbonate of soda around them to continue the thematic rubble strewn floors. It all works. That's what I do with all the other ones, so it all work out. So it sounds very restrained. I choose to read the rules in the garden today. We'll be on it later today. Yeah, well, so I don't know, I just felt I needed to do something and just build this monster. I'll just put this. Where's this? It actually looks really weird because I don't know if you probably might be able to see. Right, so you can see at the bottom here. So you've got the back door. So this has got 3 doors, by the way, one either side, and one at the back here at the top. But you've got that little bit there, which is like a grill. But then, where is it? That goes over the top of that. So that's meant to sit in there. So, yeah, I don't know. I thought like you might be able to have that like extended out or something. You know, if you was doing like a little diorama, but it would probably look silly if you extended it out. Oh, I don't know. Or if you just added it. But that's if you was doing diorama. Yeah, I just got your message, Scott. Yeah, no, you could just fall off the walkway, Tom. Felix, sorry. Yeah, so There's no safety gate. This is a dangerous thing to be around, whether you're in it, on it, or under it. But yeah, I'm just going to glue that in place because I'm not mucking about with doing dioramas on this. This is going to be a walking, talking badass. Put some hazard stripes here. Put a little a warning sign out in clear view so you know not to walk over there. Right, so that's that. Now what I'm trying to find. Ooh. Right. I'm gonna do this because it's now coming up to 1 AM and I actually do have work in the morning, and I've been at this now. We've been broadcasting for 5 hours. So you may have noticed my voice is strained. Right. So that on that. Yeah, so this is just going to be yeah, so that just sits on there. And then ketchup. What have I done? I've done something completely wrong there. Right. Walk the plank. And hazard stripes fix everything. Yeah, hazard stripes fix everything. Also, if you see hazard stripes, you know it's danger. That's why the fire wasps have them, because it kills you. Big time. Right, I'll stick this in place because the bottom part of the connection between the legs and the torso, that's not going to move. It's like the movement for the tilt is in the top section. So with the panic button, you know, boop, and it starts walking off on its own accord. So with that there, then obviously with that you can position that to however you want on this. Obviously, just hold it a bit better so you can see it. So big stompy robot, and then obviously I'll play about with how I want that to position. Head position as well is important because you want it to sort of, with the stance it's got, I think I was sort of envisioning it sort of like in like a semi-bracing position, and like maybe just slight turn so it's facing in a slight different direction with its weapons of Mega Doom, and then obviously having the head looking a certain way. But yeah, no, I'm really happy with how the legs are and the base is there. The top section, once you get going, it, like with the Warlord top section is just like 2 minutes to actually done. This would be maybe about 5 minutes, but it's such a big chunk. It's like a size of an apple, which is about the rough size of a Smurf by all accounts. Yeah, so there's still a few bits to go on this, but as I say, this is 5 hours and 10 minutes so far, and I've got work, and yes, so I'm probably going to be calling this on here because I've been doing a lot of talking and not building, but it's really has come together quite well. Like I said, I can't say enough good things about this kit because we all like big stompy robots, and this is the biggest stompy robot about, and it's just marvelous to have just standing there, or even without its top on. Let's say the posability is tremendous. So you can articulate the feet, you can the rear pistons, and everything. But yeah, this is 270 odd parts, I believe, is what they were saying in the like community posts. You feel like it's 270 parts because I haven't even touched the weapon systems yet, or the shield sections. So the most emptiest sprue so far. We've still got the void shields to go. They sit on this, so all the void shields sit on one piece, or two pieces, so 4 void shields in each, and some little bastion bits, the lasers, defense lasers, Artilax defense lasers, and some extra sort of building-y type parts that go onto the actual main torso to flesh that out. Weapon system wise, I'm not decided what shoulder mounts I'm going with, because I want to have a good look through the cards and the obviously any information you've got in the actual loyalist book of the war master. And then once I've sort of had a little jiggler around in my brain and see what falls out, really, because I think you can probably magnetize them, so I may go for that. I may not, because I'd probably avoid going with plasma, because you've got 2 massive plasma weapons already. So reactor-wise, it might be prudent to mix up maybe some shield stripping. Like I saw Kane Tucker. He sent over a picture of the one he's built, and he went with the Vulcan Mega Bolters in the shoulders, and it does look rather. Who doesn't like rotary cannons? And say that they do a pretty decent job at stripping shields, obviously up close and personal, and that's where you want this thing, because that suzerain plasma destructor, you get a bonus for being, well, your enemies wouldn't consider it a bonus, because you can push your reactor to give it fusion. So you're rolling like a D10. And I think that's that. I'm not sure if that's just that short range or if that's just overall range, because you've got maximal fire already, which is nasty. Because the first time I ever fired a weapon with maximal fire was a Sun Fury, and I rolled 4 1s. So your reactor going boom, and it was quite scary to see you're into the red. But yeah, so you've got the missiles, flamers. Flamers would be fun, especially like if you could, because people with knights are going to just charge into you to try and take you down. And flamers, you're getting like the auto hits, so you get at least 3 to 4 or whatever. Because it was the first target takes 2, and then every additional takes 1 hit. So that's always fun. Yes, that thing is huge. Actually, quickly, because what was it? Was it you, Andrew, earlier on saying that it was as big as the construction thing? So that's it. So there's the legs there. I don't think it's as big. It's not far off though. So it's quite a height on that, which so as it stands, it is one craft knife tall, or 3/4 of a Pepsi Max bottle tall. Well, actually, about there. So it is a big beast of a Titan. I wish I can pick it up, but then that's going to fall off because I'm not ready to glue that in place. And I don't think I've got any blue tack actually. He says, as he looks in drawers, no blue tack. Yeah, so I would have blue tacked it and stood it up and that, but it is such a great model, and I'm sure those who are getting these are going to feel as awestruck as I am with this. Yes, it is absolute monster. So I'll still work on its pose, and once I start, I probably won't be able to get started painting properly on this until Tuesday, because free time. I'm working today. Then I see my kids in the evening. Time I get home, I'm going to be absolutely knackered. Monday night, I'm having my second COVID injection or vaccine injection. I'm not getting the COVID, I'm getting the vaccine for it, or vaccination for it. So that will probably, because that's after work. So judging by vaccination, I took my son to get his done yesterday, and it was about an hour queue. But apparently they'd had a bit of a muck up that day. They've been doing loads of like 200 vaccinations an hour, and they got stuffed up. But yeah, so that's going to wipe out my Monday. So it'll probably be Tuesday morning, early afternoon that I'll get painting on this. Let's literally look at some of these chats that I've been missing as I've been babbling. Yeah, I said depends how I feel when I get home after the kids tomorrow, really, Tom. Sorry. If I've got a second wind within me, then yeah, I'll probably do some more building before going to bed. But then I'm working Monday, so I might not. So just trying to recoup my energy because work has been very demanding, going from no work to full work. Then yeah, so Tuesday would definitely probably be more likely when I'll get cracking on, and again depends on Monday night and how that goes. Do we get spare AA guns? No, you generally only get everything. So there's 4 of them, and there's 4. Oh yeah, no, because you've got AA guns, but then you've also got the other weapons at the back are actually different. They're like mortars. They have no bearing on the game whatsoever, like the Warbringers one. And I was contemplating, should I just stick them in, or should I go with not sticking them in, like magnetizing or that. So yeah, you've got like the little mortar bit, which is here, and then you've got the AA mounts there. So by the looks of it, AAs go at the front, mortars at the back, or you could go full 4 mortars. Just have a look. Actually, yeah, so it looks like 4 mortars or 4 AA. So you can opt, because the AA mounts on this are single AA. So unlike the Warbringer, which has double barrels, they're only single, well, quad barrels, sorry. These are only double barreled AAs. So you can have 4 AAs or you can have 4 mortars. As I said, has no relevance in the game. Whether or not it's something that's going to happen in the future, where if they did, include the ability to have Aeronautica Imperialis involved, which would be, again, an interesting little turn of game. We don't know. But, yeah, I might... Well, I've magnetised everything else, so I might just magnetise it just for the sheer hell of it. That's it there. So lasers, yeah. So the lasers, like turbo lasers, perhaps. Again, that will to get shield stripping. You got to drain, charge your reactor. So that's going to be a dangerous thing to have. Obviously, sometimes fortune favours the bold, but when reactors come involved, I'm always a little bit more of a cautious insects, because I want to try and survive as long as possible before I blow up, and I don't really want to self-inflict myself with explosions. It's a bit of a poser if you try to buy anti-shield. Yeah, well, that's a thing. It's like the suzerains are nasty enough as it is. Their weapons. I'll put the bloody thing away now. Because you're getting enough shots out of that for the real killing power. But the do you really want to waste one of them shooting just to strip shields? So yeah, again, it's something to think about. And that's the thing with this whole build is obviously you magnetize everything, or not. So, but yeah, I am erring more towards Vulcans, to be fair. You still get a decent range, and especially like Legio Ignite and one of these with Vulcans, within 12 inches, you're re-rolling ones. So that's very handy for close-up shield stripping, and then shooting them with your heavy weapons is going to be extra devastating as well, because you've got the re-roll ones on at close range. So just curious if the shoulders are limited like the carapace on smaller titans. So what can they actually target? If so, right. Yeah, it's not like a carapace weapon. So it's one thing I remember hearing with Warbringers. You don't treat them like carapace. So there's no like minimum range or that you can shoot, or maximum range. So they could be 2 inches in front of you. You can still shoot with them because it's sort of lowered down. So the rockets on the roof, whatever they're called, they still suffer from carapace because it's tall. If you're under with size 12, so you can't shoot anything within 12 inches with the carapace missiles, but the shoulder mounts you can. So yeah, that doesn't really come into effect. Yeah, as I say, turbo lasers are a great option. Full stop. I love turbo lasers on my Reavers, especially if I'm using Venator light maniple as the 3-shot turbo laser, because you can pick where you're going to hit, and it's a strength 8. It's always nice. So that's where you're going to run. Good, yeah, but they are good at shield. They're bumping up the thing, but again, because you've got those 2 big plasma weapons on this, you've got to really manage yourself. So it's just how your gameplay is really. So turbos are decent because obviously most of the shields are gone. They are a nice strong weapon to shoot anyone with. Magnet are an important pointless exercise. They made them for a reason. Put some on warlords like my 88 inches. Yeah, you say you don't have to. You can just stick with one thing and just glue it. I magnetize like the warlords and warbringer gives you the mag points. You don't have mag points in reavers. Warhounds. Most of my warhounds were glued in place with the weapons they've got, and mostly going to be either Vulcan Mega Bolter plus either turbo or plasma. So they're pretty much you can just go straight glue sort of thing. It wasn't until later on that I started magnetizing warhounds, just for giggles, really. Yeah. So yes, you can always have your own sort of like little tactics and schemes of how you want to play it. Going with split fire. I haven't actually used split fire yet. First fire and full charge and pardon me, sorry. Yes, as you can tell, I'm now really tired. Yes. Oh, sorry. So it's dry sarcasm. I'm an obsessive mag guy now. Yeah. As I said, I never used to do it with warhounds. I do now, just for flexibility, especially like with Ursa's claws and upgrades that are coming out. If you magnetize them, because you might get a really and again, Volkite. You know, woohoo, Volkites for you. Just whack them on there. So yeah, it's magnets now. So I always make sure I've got plenty of magnets in my stockpile of goodies. Right, so as I said, it's now 11 minutes past 1 a.m. I've been going since 7:45. I need my beauty sleep. So I'd just like to thank everybody for coming in. If you haven't already put a like or subscribe, please do. Always appreciated. I'll probably do something like this again as well with other builds. So if you're ever at a loss, I'll make sure I post up on Twitter and other places now. No worries, Andrew. Thank you for joining me, and I hope the rest of your work evening goes well with your night shift. But yeah, as I said, if there's any questions, queries, or anything, just send me a DM on Twitter. And yeah, if you need any help or advice with your Titan builds, then yeah, no problem. I'm very approachable in that respect. I want to help out wherever I can. So yeah, so thank you again for joining us, and hopefully you've enjoyed my rambling. And yeah, wrong time to pick Volkite tune to be talking about. But yeah, it's a great game, great hobby, and Titans are just the best. So I'll leave you that with my thought for tonight. And hope you're all well, keep safe, and I'll see you across social media somewhere. So take care. All right, bye bye.